So you want me to tell you the story of my life?
Like I said, that's what I do. I interview people. I'm a collector of lives.
Welcome to Table Talk. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. This is the show where I go one-on-one with a creator, author, illustrator, publisher, or other mover and shaker in the world of tabletop games, video games, TV, movies, or any other area of the geekverse.
You followed me here, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I did. You seem very interesting. This is where you live?
Yes, this is my home. Welcome.
So, what do you do?
I'm a vampire.
That's something I haven't heard before.
Guests have included individuals such as Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and even the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price.
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, but maybe sometime in the future. But how about Brian Colin, the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG and sculptor of the world of Revelo monster busts? Mark Tassin, the creator of the world of Italtus, head of Mechanical Muse, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. I've spoken with Jeff Engelstein, game designer and former commentator on the Dice Tower. He and I got deep into the statistics, probability, and psychological function of dice in tabletop games. Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games and crowdfunder extraordinaire. He's published many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. I've spoken with Sydney Engelstein from Indie Boards and Cards to talk about what it really takes to publish a board game in today's environment and what it would take for you to get published if you were trying to get a publisher for your board game. I've spoken with Ajit George about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and his development of the Journey Through the Radiant Citadel Dungeons & Dragons book. Let's see, who else have I spoken to?
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne and the goddess of death.
Yes, I really appreciate her taking the time to speak with me. That was a great interview. I've also spoken with Cameron Pasha, a writer and novelist who's been working in Hollywood for over 20 years. His projects have included Emmy and Golden Globe nominated Sleeper Cell, Kings, Nikita, and Roswell, New Mexico. His analysis and commentary have been very popular on YouTube. I've gotten to speak with Paul Shadow, the former network executive who has made quite a splash here on YouTube with his reaction videos to current movies and films. He and I discussed the status of independent film and web productions online today. Brianna De Silva is a reoccurring guest on the show and a very popular one at that. She's an author and director, and she was also the co-writer of the cultist comedy web show that's here on the channel. She and I regularly meet to study and analyze stories. I've also gotten to speak with of the Positive Fandom channel. She's an ally in our effort to be a positive and constructive force in the Geekverse. Are you ready? Have you got your drink? Are you all settled in? You might want to buckle up because it could be a wild ride. We're about to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and the Geekverse through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I am so glad to be here tonight. I have been having a really good day. I hope you have too. Welcome to Table Talk. Welcome here to the office. Welcome to my home. I have absolutely just been loving the comments that I've been seeing over here in the comments that are coming in. Of course, we're talking about Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan today. And I just love looking over here and seeing everybody putting all of their favorite quotes and things like that from the movie over here in the comments section. This is absolutely amazing. I love it. We're going to have a great time tonight. I am joined tonight by Doug Burton. So he's one of our favorites here on the channel. So here he is to talk about Wrath of Khan with us tonight. Everyone, please welcome Doug.
Permission to come aboard, Captain.
Permission granted. Come on in, Doug. It is so great to see you. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, I was looking at the comments too. You could just hear the voices in your head.
I know. It is so great. There is so much love for this movie, and so much love for the movie, and it just connects with everybody on so many different levels, and everybody knows it, and it's such a touchstone reference. It's fantastic. Hey, James,
how you doing?
Zero Theory is here. Welcome, Zero Theory. James is here. Let's see. Piano TM. It's good to see you. Been a while. Good to see you, Piano TM. Sable Phoenix is here. We've got right here.
Sable.
Let's see. Robert Doris. Welcome, Robert. I got out of order, so I may be missing. Tomocrat, yes, please don't forget to like the stream, everybody. It's good to see you. Robert says, Con. City Alpha 5.
All the rage quotes.
So great. It is good to see everybody.
I was going to say, I've got my wine. I couldn't get the Romulan ale through customs
we
this
should
time.
have had Romulan ale. That's right. We should have had Romulan ale. That would have been fantastic. I would say that ordinarily every couple of weeks, Brianna is here, but Brianna is out of town. She is on vacation. She is in Las Vegas. I was seeing pictures of her out in Las Vegas, and she's headed out to see the Grand Canyon. So she is on vacation. She is gone this week. So we will have to. We will get back with her next time, but she is out having a good time and living it up right now. Yeah, I've got beer here. Romulan ale would have been better there. We got beer and wine. That is excellent.
That's great. Well, I'll start off by saying, because I was reading some of the comments here, and Star Trek 2 is my favorite Star Trek. And I know that's not a hot take by any stretch, but I have recently been really reevaluating my love of all my oldest movies and everything. And Star Trek 2 continues to hold the top spot. I will say, however, several Star Treks that were a little lower in my judgment have really I've really reevaluated them. And I love a lot of the other Star Treks a lot more. Star Trek 1, which we talked about last week, being one of them. Star Trek 3 has gone up in my assessment. I even enjoyed parts of Star Trek 5, as rough of a movie as that is. And Star Trek 6 is probably my second favorite. But that's kind of my lineup. But Star Trek 2, it's hard to get over the excellence of this story.
Right. And I remember early on when we said we might do a Star Trek series that you said Star Trek 3 has gone up in your opinion. And I was like, well, okay, we got to do them in order. We should do them in chronological order. But I kind of agree with you. I have always been a fan of 2 and 6. Now, I also liked 4. 4, I guess I was classic in the even numbers. 2, 4, 6. I know Sable Phoenix is saying that Star Trek 6 is actually the tippy top. There's a lot I like about 6. When we get to 6, I'm going to use that as an example, though, of a movie that the plot doesn't make a lot of sense. But the story, it does what it's supposed to do as far as the story goes, and that's why we all love it.
And it tackles some very relevant issues at the time that it was released. The idea of the fall of a rival empire, in 1991, pretty relevant stuff, and a discussion of what to do next. What does the world do next with this geopolitical shift or intergalactic shift in Star Trek? So Star Trek typically tackles a lot of relevant issues. I think Star Trek 2 absolutely gets, and we'll get into it as we go, but the idea of science being a pawn of the military kind of pulling the rug out from under things, and then there's just some great archetypal themes in this with fathers and sons and old enemies and old wounds and vengeance. Star Trek 2 has got it all. And I watched it again. I've watched it twice, last night and today. And I took extensive notes. And as a writer, one of the things that I put a massive premium on is something I call functionality. And this might be kind of similar to what you're talking about, Star Trek 6, where it's missing some of this. But functionality is the ability of a story to fit together, where the pieces fit together, where the more that I unpack the story, it holds up. And you can see that the writer thought it through and that there's a superstructure underneath this, and it works. And Star Trek 2, no matter how many times I unpack it, the story is functional, it's simple, and yet very deep and on so many levels. And it's kind of shocking how much they were able to get across in this one film.
Now, Piano TM, I hope that you watched last week's, because we went into we've been doing it in order. So last week, of course, you can still watch it on a replay, but we went into Star Trek the Motion Picture deep last week.
Yep. And Star Trek 1, as when I was young, I dismissed it. I never really watched it. But as I got older and I watched it and I understand the story and all the dynamics going on, like I said, I think of Star Trek One, the motion picture, as a thinking man's movie. It's there for you to sit. It's cerebral. They discuss a lot, and the conversations are pretty deep and intriguing. And I actually did read up a little bit on Star Trek. This I read a long time ago, but after Star Trek One came out, which had mixed reviews and was not considered to be a smashing success in 1979, they were like, we need to rethink it. And one of the things that was suggested that they needed to do was to provide Kirk with a genuine villain. That was like top of the list. Like, if we're going to reboot Star Trek after Star Trek the Motion Picture, we want Kirk to have a villain. And they hired Harv Bennett, who's he's excellent. He was involved in 2 and 3, and I think 6. Am I right about that? I think he was involved in the writing of Star Trek 6 as well.
Yes, he was. Yes.
Okay. The beautiful thing about Harv Bennett is he did not know Star Trek when he was approached about this. However, like a competent, seasoned writer, he didn't wing it. He watched all the original series episodes. He took this job seriously, and he really absorbed Star Trek lore. And by doing so, I think he stayed pretty true to the lore, and 2, gave a fresh set of eyes on Star Trek. And one of the things that Harv Bennett introduced was a very strong naval culture to Star Trek 2 that may have been pretty lax in the motion picture, where it looked like they were having a sleepover in pajamas.
I was going to say that, and I want to let you do an introduction here, but that's one of this movie sets the tone for what is my Star Trek.
Correct.
That this is that Star Trek as the Navy. I love these uniforms. These are my favorite uniforms. Them operating as the Navy in space, I absolutely love. So Star Trek is always, when I think of Star Trek and what I love, it is this that was developed here in Star Trek 2.
100%. And I think Hollywood agreed with you. They really didn't get away from that look. I think the next generation, by default, this is a different generation. It's a new Enterprise. They had some new uniforms, but the maroon uniforms stuck around, for over a decade. And like you said, to this day, when I see the maroon Starfleet uniform with the epaulets and the insignia, that's Star Trek to me.
I just love that when something's going not right, or you got to be a bit more casual, you take down that. Right. I love that so much.
Yeah. Well,
if I just had extra cash laying around, and there was, like an expert costumer for whatever convention I go to, whatever convention I go to next, I would love to have one of these maroon naval uniforms from Star.
What's funny is they have those like spinners and all these things for anxiety and fidgeting. If my son asked me for one, I should be like, I'm going to get you Kirk's shirt. Anytime you get frustrated, you can just rip that.
Oh
thing.
My God.
and what's funny is, here's the movie that launched this very strong militant look. And yet they're disheveled in these uniforms a lot. And I love that about this, that they look rattled, they're frazzled. And even in Star Trek 6 again, where Chekhov is like, I'm going to go get a pot of coffee. Or was it Chekhov or Bones does it? Where he's like, I'm going to get a pot of coffee, and he rips it open.
I think it was Bones that I need a black coffee, because Chekhov says, guess who's coming to dinner?
Yeah, that's right.
Also, are you seeing by detecting a neutron radiation surge? And it was Chekhov that was only the size of my head. Right? And they take, when you can always tell, like, how are things going, whether or not your uniform is buckled up, or whether
I love it though. But I
love it.
It's cool too, because it just shows that there's a casual side to being on board a naval ship on some level, apparently. Or, there's you're on duty, you're off duty, and then also the bloody handprint, which we'll get to, became kind of a badge of what the struggle has cost Kirk as it develops throughout the story. So, the uniforms I think were a big upgrade. Let me ask you, Heath, maybe because I couldn't say for sure. Was this the movie that introduced the whistle?
I think it is, because when I was watching the director's commentary, Nicholas Meyer, the director, says, "There's my bosun's whistle."
Oh, the bosun's whistle. That's what I was looking for.
So I think it is, because when he comes aboard, they blow the whistle as well. So I believe it is.
Yes. Well, and there's a lot of protocol he brought in, including, and what's interesting is you and Brianna were talking, funny enough, about Star Trek 6 again, and you had mentioned when he's like, "Yes, ma'am," and she's like, "So snap to it." That bothered your mom from a feminist position, that ma'am was the inappropriate thing. But they got it right in Star Trek 2. They call her Mr. Savick. And
right. I make careful note of that.
Yes. Yeah. And it's not, and that's not just unisex. That is, I think, specific to her rank on a naval vessel, that the lieutenant is always referred to as Mr. Like, just, you don't think about it. It's Mr. So it's always Mr. Savick. So, the work was put into this. The homework was done by Nicholas Meyer and Harv Burnett, right? Harv Burnett. Am I saying that right? I want to make sure I get his name right. Harv, what's his? I'm literally mixing it up. I just had, anyway. They did the homework to really wrinkle out or iron out a bunch of wrinkles and give this a strong naval formality. Even the funeral at the end, the idea of a funeral at sea. If you go into Kirk, and we'll get to Kirk's apartment, strong old school naval ships and objects on display. So this was very much a revamped Star Trek. And I think it just paid so many dividends. Harv Burnett. Yeah, that's what I thought. Harv Bennett. I think it's Bennett.
Bennett, yes.
I'm mixing up Nicholas Meyer or Rob Myers Burnett. He's got both names in there.
Yes. Harv Bennett. And then Nicholas Meyer is the director.
Correct. Bennett is the right one.
I've noticed, just let's going through here. Piano TM says Star Trek 2 is an example of where crippling limitations help the story. And,
more often than not,
shocked that when I was watching the director's commentary, he said something that I say a lot, that artistic, that art is often developed in the constraints. That the constraints help develop art. And I was like, listening, I've said that so many times.
So
and
true.
Then he said that on the director's commentary or something very much to that effect. I was like, oh my God. So he said that on there, that constraints, like if you're like,
so true.
Hey, you have unlimited time, you have unlimited money, you can have whatever you want. What are you going to make? I don't know.
The prequels.
The prequels.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the difference between unlimited power of the prequels and the scarcity and limitations of the original trilogy.
Yes. I like that. But look, Positive Fandom is here.
Awesome. Big Star Trek fan.
Star Trek fan, and if you check out, actually, I realized that it was simulcasted on both channels. So on I had an interview. RM interviewed me last night for the Burnett work. On the Burnett work and on her channel, it was simulcast to the Positive Fandom. Awesome. So I was interviewed last night. So if you have not checked that out, please do go over to the Positive Fandom channel. And then after this, you can go over and watch my interview last night. It was fantastic. I had a great time. Let's see.
So when I saw, it's interesting side story, but Star Trek 2 was what introduced me to Roman numerals when I was a kid. So in 1982, I was 6. Is that right? I was 6 years old, and I went to see it at the theater, and I thought it was Star Trek 11. And I was like, Dad, Star Trek 11? And he's like, no, it's 2. And he had to explain what was going on. But I have memories at age 6 of going to see Star Trek 2 at the theaters. So it's something that's not beyond my memory. And I remember my dad tried to explain this to me at the time, that it's based off of it's almost a sequel to a TV series episode called Space Seed. Yeah. And I don't think I had actually seen Space Seed for 10 years. I must have been 16 or 17 when I finally watched Space Seed. And of course, it's such a different feel. Star Trek original series to the movie. And I rewatched Space Seed. And one thing I noticed is Ricardo Montalban is Khan right there. Like there's very little change in his character. Like he nails this character. And I think, and I don't think I'm alone, this might be his most iconic role is Khan Noonien Singh.
Mm. Well, Doug, before we get into this further, do you want to tell everybody who you are and what you're doing? I'm going to bring up your book right here on Amazon, Amazon, so that everybody can see it, and we'll do that before we get into all the notes and stuff like that.
I see that Tom McCrath was introduced to Roman. He thought he was seeing Star Trek 11 as well. And
oh really? Okay, I was going through here.
It happens, right? It happens. It's not my fault. So yeah, my name is Doug Burton, and I'm an author. I wrote a historical fiction novel about Byzantine Empress Theodora. The book has won several awards. Very proud of it. It's historically accurate, and it's extremely humanizing to a historical figure who is often sensationalized. She was basically a medieval stripper and sex performer, and goes on to become the empress. And there's things about her life that are hard to reconcile, and I make a very heavy effort to reconcile her personality in this story.
All right, so everybody do check out Faraway Bird, and then I don't know if we will have the Heroine's Labyrinth make an appearance here or not.
It will.
It will. All right.
It will eventually. I mean, there's a certain book production process that is a little time consuming, but we're getting there.
Well, I meant as far as whether the Heroine's Labyrinth was going to make an appearance here in analysis of
Star Trek 2.
Star Trek 2.
Not really.
Okay.
there were some interesting things in Star Trek 1, oddly enough, but
yes,
Star Trek 2
that fascinated me.
Right. Star Trek 2, though, I don't think any of the Heroine's Labyrinth archetypes emerged in this one. This was pretty much a classic hero's journey fighting the villain.
All right. So that's what's going on with Doug. So Heroine's Labyrinth, that analysis, if you haven't been following or you're just coming in on this, Doug and I have done a lot of other of these. Go back to the YouTube channel, check out the different Table Talk live streams. They're on the Table Talk playlist, where he has been giving his story structure for the Heroine's Labyrinth as a feminine alternative to the hero's journey. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. So you need to watch that. This morning, as far as I'm going, this morning I'm very excited that the Goodnight Sword, my medieval fantasy takeoff of Goodnight Moon, just went live on Kickstarter this morning. So I guess I should put the link to that in the chat. When I find it right here. Okay, the Goodnight Sword Kickstarter. Here it is. So I'll put that.
This went live. You said this went live this morning.
This went live this morning. I went live on it on the morning grind this morning. This morning's morning grind was actually giving this this live. So Goodnight Sword. This is a banner day actually in the Geekverse here on this side of things, because I'm working on developing several different worlds. And one of them is the Tales of Rabivania, which is my world of medieval rabbits, a world of gallantry, chivalry, and rabbits based on a world of gallantry, chivalry, and rabbits. And so this is one of the major worlds that I'm developing with stories, toys, games, etc. And I've got the prototypes of plush toys and action figures and things like this. But what I decided to do was just pare this back. And I said, let's just do this one book first. This is the book that's for the youngest audience. Obviously, it's a takeoff of Goodnight Sword. It's a takeoff of Goodnight Moon. It doesn't sound right to me to say Goodnight Moon anymore, as much as I've done Goodnight Sword. This was illustrated by Adam Botsford, but what I wanted to do was create a children's book that is based in this world. So it is Pate, and there's actually, if you go over here, you'll be able to see the animated audiobook on I have a Tales of Rabivania YouTube channel that is dedicated to just the Tales of Rabivania. and I embedded the audiobook on here. We animated an audiobook just for this. And if you go there, well, we have the audiobook, we have the ebook, and I have a physical book that you can get as well. And I'm just doing the physical book through this Kickstarter.
Hey,
So
refresh it. It looks like you have refresh the page. It looks like that number's gone up.
Let's see. So we're sitting here at $832. 22 different backers have come in. We'll check at the end of this as well. So we're at 22 backers here. So we'll see. So you can get the audiobook, you can get the audiobook free because that's just on YouTube. But the ebook is here, the ebook plus the hardback, or if you want me to sign one, I'm doing a limited number of signed books as well. And you can see I've already got the proof. You can see where I go through that and so forth. This is the very first Kickstarter or crowdfunding campaign that I have done in one of the worlds that I'm developing here. So
that's awesome.
I'm excited about it. This is the very start. This is the very beginning. So I'm very excited about that.
That is a big day.
It is a big day.
Very cool. So are you ready to boldly go?
All right. I am ready to boldly go. So, Piano TM says 14 viewing, 8 liking. So please do hit the like button. Please do hit the like button here and subscribe if you're here. All right. Well, then let's get in seriously then.
Awesome.
So you've got lots of notes going chronologically. So I'll let you lead then. I'll let you lead with your notes, and then I'll just chime in as we go.
I watched Space Seed, and it was great seeing Khan as such a young man, and Ricardo Montalban nails his character then and now. And after watching back to back Space Seed and then Star Trek II, a couple things. One, Chekhov is not in the original episode, which the only line in Star Trek II that really bugs me is the fact that Khan identifies Chekhov out of all the crew, and that's the one character that was not in the episode. So that was one of the things that I thought was a miss. One of the rare misses of Star Trek II.
Well, now I have commentary on, because I was watching the director's commentary and he brings that up.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, and he basically said in the commentary that I don't care.
Well, I mean, he must not have.
Yeah. So he was apparently aware of that, but he brought up other examples, and he brought up Sherlock Holmes and things like that, where sometimes the structure is not, that there are inconsistencies or there are whatever. So he brought that up, and he was like, so that's just my moment. And he said that, maybe Chekhov was on the ship someplace.
It was a yeoman.
I probably could have rewritten it and had Uhura on the planet, on the Reliant. But effectively, he addressed that, and basically he said, yeah, it's a bit of an inconsistency, but I didn't care.
Well, so I write historical fiction, and sometimes it's hard to make everything perfect. So sometimes you have to wiggle a knob or, make a little adjustment like that to make the rest of the story work. So since the rest of the movie is so strong and so excellent, I don't care either. But that was one of the rare things. So when you watch Space Seed, it's just apparent to me, Chekhov's not there.
Right. When you're thinking about, though, trying to get something to work, I mean, So that's what he said. But I'm kind of on your side as well, that yes, there are some times when you really have to fight to get something to work and it's just not working. And then you're like, okay, forget it. But that is a weird one, because you could have just made it Uhura.
I know there's so many other options. Sulu, I don't know. It seems solvable, but I don't want to get too hung up on it. But while watching Space Seed, it's very apparent that Chekhov is not in that episode. But Khan and his crew are there. All the rest of the stuff lines up. The Botany Bay, Lost in Space. Kirk, the Enterprise comes in, wakes him up, and he's looking for a planet to conquer after failing to conquer Earth. Funny enough, in 1996 is when all this. Yes. And he fails, and they send him up into space, which is cool because he's looking for a planet to conquer, and Kirk gives him Ceti Alpha 5, which is a harsh planet, but a planet that is inhabitable. There was a fair chance, as Chekhov says, to that end. So it's an interesting transition from the TV show to space or to Star Trek 2. One thing that I thought about while rewatching this, and I remember this thought, or I remember how I felt as a kid, and I've just kind of re-examined it. One of the things I think makes Khan so compelling, even to this day, is it's one of the rare examples of a villain who is built like a 20-year-old, but has the mane of hair of an old man. And there's something a little jarring about that, about a physical specimen who's an old man. And even now you don't see that. You just don't see this sort of juxtaposition between age and physical prowess. And Khan absolutely has that. He's a physical actor that, people used to think he was wearing a prosthetic chest because it was toned, but it wasn't. It was his own chest. The guy was built, man, and he pulls it off. He looks like he was genetically engineered.
Absolutely. In Space Seed, since we're still in Space Seed at the moment, right?
Sure.
Okay. So, right, somebody has brought up in the death of Kronos. Hey, Kronos, Chiron, welcome. Good to see you.
Awesome.
The death of his wife,
Marla McGivers.
Okay, because okay, so McGivers is supposed to be his wife.
Yes. So in Space Seed, there's a real interesting way that they develop. He's very dominating toward her.
Yeah.
Even throws her to the ground at one point, and basically is like, I'm the man. I know you like this. I know you like me no matter what. And she kind of concedes. He forcibly kisses her at one point, and they show her kind of responding to. But there's a theme. There is a theme in Space Seed about the idea of a conquering man, the idea of a conqueror, and the romanticization and the fascination of the conquering man. And there's even a discussion in the episode in Space Seed. It's kind of the way it's acted is hysterical. Someone, I think Spock says something like, "Oh, you sound like you admire Napoleon and these guys," and all the guys are like, it's like a TV show laugh. Right. And they explain to Spock, they're like, "Well, uncompromising, powerful men like this are oddly there's something to admire about these characters. There's a certain romance, like you think of Napoleon with the red cape and the bucking horse and everything." And they discuss the idea that humans are fascinated by these sort of conquering, dominant men. And so the theme is in the episode. So when Khan acts like this to Marla McGivers, it's not, in my opinion, it's not to make her look weak. It's to show that there's an attraction to this kind of a guy. And at the end, again, it's kind of funny how the dialogue is in the episode, but they basically tell Khan, you can have SETI Alpha 5. And Kirk turns to Marla McGivers and he's like, "Well, Marla, you can either face a court martial or you can live with Khan on SETI Alpha 5. And she, of course, chooses to live with Khan.
She's like, "Okay, I'm out of here."
And she's like, "Well, it's starting to sound, SETI Alpha 5's looking real good now." But early on in Star Trek 2, Khan lets us know through dialogue that those SETI Alpha eels killed his wife, including 20 of his followers. So that's a good way to A, explain what happened to his wife, and B, establish how dangerous these creatures are in very little dialogue.
So that's what so because there is a red-haired woman in Star Trek 2. And so when I went back and I watched Spacesuit, I was like, wait a minute, okay. My first thought was, wait a minute, was that supposed to be her? But no, I think that she was supposed to be the wife who had died.
I think Marla McGivers is the wife who died, because
that's what I thought later. Yeah, that after watching, I think that's what the situation was supposed to be, and there was just another woman with red hair that must have been just somebody else that was there.
Yeah, I think so funny in 1982, their opinion of like genetically engineered people, they're all like Germanic and Teutonic, blonde hair, blue eyed. Khan Noonien Singh is Indian, and I always wished I could see. Now, Ricardo Montalban is impossible to replace, but I would have loved in the remake if they could have shown us Indian Supermen. I just think that would have been awesome. And they gave us Benedict Cumberbatch instead in that throwaway. I did not like the remake at all. But
I have seen it, but I have absolutely like no memory of it. I mean, it's just basically it's not stuck in my head at all. So
it's not good. But and it was. And I don't even want to talk about it. But Khan Noonien Singh is an Indian man who was genetically engineered. But I have not read, but I am dying to. In fact, I think this conversation is the straw that broke the camel's back. I really want to go back and read the Eugenics Wars, which are the novelization of Khan's attempted takeover of Earth. I bet it would be a great read. I don't know if anyone's read it. If anyone in the chat has read it, let me know if it's good or bad, but I have a feeling it's good. Especially when you're imagining Ricardo Montalban as Khan that whole time. What a great villain, by the way. One of my all-time favorite villains.
All right. Well, then do we want to go then into the Wrath of Khan itself?
Yes. So yeah, I felt like it's worth it to tie some of Space Seed into it because
I absolutely I do too. I absolutely do. Yeah. If there's more to say on that, then let's do that. But I mean,
that's about it. The fact that the storylines did carry over, they did try to address all of that. Chekhov being the only blip, in my opinion, in that transition from TV series to film,
which should have been, like I said, should have been fixable, but he just didn't care.
Yeah,
in fact, come to think of it, it could have been Uhura because Uhura never gets to go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean that would have been awesome.
Interesting had it been Uhura.
Yeah. Well, she did get to dance on a desert dune in Star Trek V.
She got that later. Yeah, I don't really.
So weird. So, but what's interesting, I noticed. So in Star Trek I, the big event was this idea that the TV show characters are transitioning to the big screen, and they were very self-conscious of that. They slowly introduced all the characters. What I noticed about Star Trek II for the first time while watching it the other night was how calm and collected the storytelling is in it reintroducing these characters. They're not really doing much. They're doing a simulator. Kirk's got a desk job. They're very calm about it. And it's very patient and very disciplined on the part of the storyteller to not overplay their hand on the reintroduction of the characters, especially with a reboot in the look and feel of Starfleet. The characters are kind of doing rather mundane things for the first 20 to 30 minutes of Star Trek. And it works. It works.
I would say that's something that I noticed about this film watching it for this again, because everybody's like, okay, we have the very cerebral Star Trek I, which we talked about last week. We had that very cerebral show. Yes. And then, okay, now here is Star Trek II. We got Khan, we got the villain, we got all that. And it's the action movie. But really, it still also takes its time.
It does.
That's what
it's very patient.
It does. It does. So it is not, it drops you into the simulator scene.
Love it. Great opening.
Which is a great opening, which, I was thinking about that, especially in relation to something that I was talking about in relation to my own stories, that I typically don't like a dream sequence, open up with something really high and intense and whatever else, and then ends up with a dream sequence. And I hadn't really connected until I was watching it before this, that in effect, this is a dream sequence. It's not something that's ultimately it doesn't matter from the physical aspects. Like all the physical stuff that you're seeing doesn't matter. Because, okay, it's a simulator or whatever.
So I'll say this. There is a reason from an author's point of view on why this may have been preferable. So if your starting point with Captain Kirk and the crew of the Enterprise, those are the stars. If your starting point is mundane desk jobs, and remember, now the theme from Star Trek I is that these guys are aging out. That is carried over into Star Trek II. It's very clear. Aging is one of the most powerful themes in this story. Even after the minor discussion and the power struggle with Kirk and Decker in Star Trek I, aging suddenly continues to be an issue. Kirk is clearly dealing with middle age crisis in a sense, and so your starting point is very mundane. So how, as a storyteller, do you get action in this mundane setting? And his solution was a combat simulator. I personally think that was rather smart because it draws a contrast between the cadets and the aging crew of the Enterprise. It's not, I don't think it's a pure dream sequence. I'm with you on the pure dream sequence. You can't do that. I even hate, like, The Last Jedi. I call it a Luke Ex Machina, when he shows up to fight that thing and he's not even there. It's a Luke Ex Machina. This did have a plot element to it, so it's not totally artificial. It is a simulator, and I'll add this. There was a rumor that leaked out before the film was released, and the rumor was that Spock dies in this one, which of course he does.
Right.
So what's interesting is, in this combat simulator, they have a scene where Spock stands up and he collapses and dies. So if you were the audience and you were told Spock dies in this one, and in the first 2 minutes you're like, Spock just died, that would be the most unrewarding death for Spock possible. And then it was that they faked him out. So it was, I've understood that there was a little bit of a, not a gag, but a way to throw off the audience, to get rid of this rumor, to throw you off the scent as the scenario develops toward the end of the film. They're like, oh, right, Spock doesn't die in this. And you're like, and then,
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
And actually, when I was watching some of the commentary, I don't know why I didn't pick up on this before, because I have watched the commentary before, that it was that Gene Roddenberry himself leaked it.
I didn't know that.
Because he didn't want it to happen. According to what I just watched in the director's commentary, it was because he's just the executive consultant on this movie. And it was already brought up in the chat that he didn't like the more military feel of Starfleet being the Navy, and that he didn't want Spock to die. And according to what I was watching in the commentary, it was, well, not alluding to, directly saying that it was Gene Roddenberry who leaked it.
Wow, because he wanted the public to turn against it?
To turn against it and for it to not happen.
Well, they handled it rather geniusly, because they made everyone think, oh, Spock doesn't die, he's just in a simulator. And then forget about it until the end of the film, which is amazing. We'll get to that. But I thought the simulator, I understand your point. I'm not saying that that's not a good point. That is a good point. The idea of having it was all a dream. This at least is physically real in a large sense for the actors. It's a simulator on the screen. The pyrotechnics are fake. And one thing I will add is the Kobayashi Maru has really etched itself into pop culture. More than just Trekkies know what the Kobayashi Maru is.
Absolutely.
So the idea of the no-win scenario, I think, is an incredible concept that was introduced in this film, and Star Trek has never let it go. They've never gotten over the Kobayashi Maru. They've come back to it again and again, and you hear it mentioned sometimes in dialogue in Star Trek. We're like, 3 days out, Kobayashi Maru. It means the no-win scenario. So the Kobayashi Maru, I think it's important to point out that the 6 minutes it was given in Star Trek II had a massive permanent effect on the population at large.
Now, when I was critiquing this as a kind of dream sequence, because it turns out you're in a simulator, I meant that kind of as a way that I typically don't like that. But here it is used to great effect, because like you're talking about with Spock, it's not complete. It handles the Spock rumor right there. And then also, It's not completely a dream sequence, because even though the physical destruction doesn't matter, the psychological situation still matters, because Saavik is still talking about what her situation was and things like that. So it's not something that you are completely erasing. You erase the physical destruction. Okay, that didn't matter. The Enterprise didn't actually get blown up.
Right.
But you still you have implanted this idea that still is going to matter throughout the film. So I think that in the overall concept of dream sequence, this is one where it's done well.
That I totally agree with. I think it was done well. And while watching the other night, I thought to myself, you know, that would be pretty alarming if I am in a simulator and there's real explosions to my left and right, and you're seeing these decorated officers flop over onto their helm and onto their consoles while the explosions are continuing, the alarms going off. I think that would be enough to give you some small taste of the gravity. Do you remember? Have you ever seen the movie Glory, the Civil War movie with Matthew Broderick and Denzel Washington?
I think that I have.
There's a scene where they're shooting their guns and they're practicing and they're not taking it very seriously. The guy who's handling and Matthew Broderick gets upset. He doesn't think they're being trained right. So he comes up with a revolver. And as the guy's loading, he notices that there's a click of a revolver near his ear. And as he's trying to load, Matthew Broderick's firing off this pistol. And it actually rattles the guy enough to where he drops his rifle. And he's like, teach them properly. So there's a sense of, yeah, we could do this all day in drills, but a little dose of reality can go a long way in preparing you for real contests in a military sense. And I actually wanted to point out, Piano TM mentioned something that, although Roddenberry was against the idea of the military being or Starfleet looking militarized, it works for this film because, and we can get into this more, but there is a conflict between science and the military. And I think that contrast is drawn very clearly in the dialogue. You know, David Marcus, Carol Marcus, you know, scientists have always been pawns of the military. The fact that Starfleet looks a little bit more like a military operation gives a little weight to those, to that conflict and that theme that they have running. I think that was a good point from Piano TM.
I also use this as far as the uniforms, to go back to the uniforms, that this is an example of where the director made that decision.
Yes.
And I was looking for the source of this quote, but he said, I heard this quote, but I couldn't find it. I didn't hear it in any of the director's commentary that I was going. So it must have been from someplace else. So I'm not sure this is exactly accurate. But one of the things that he was talking about from a color palette perspective is, you know, everything is very muted in Star Trek One. And there was supposedly a quote, but I didn't hear it in the commentary. So I'm wondering where it comes from. Who says, I'm not going to shoot a movie about a bunch of gray people walking around on a gray ship. So something had to change. So the uniforms became colored.
Well, I mean, they nailed it. And you know, I'll say this, and we can get into this more later as well, but the visual effects of this film totally hold up. The worst offender, there's a few props in the background. There's this one prop that's reused. It's like this little console, like on a back wall with a little green heartbeat thing on it. It's not moving. It's just a decal, and it looks so light. It looks so fake. That's the worst thing that I saw, a background prop that didn't look very real. But all the visual effects are absolutely incredible and totally hold up for me.
We talked about last week, Piano TM, we were saying that it totally looks like, as much as we really enjoyed, we were very positive towards Star Trek One in retrospect last time, but that it does completely look like the 1970s in space. The
only thing missing from the bridge.
If
the bridge had a disco ball, it would have looked right.
Right. I know. I was thinking about
it. Actually would have fit.
Well, no, where the disco ball should have been was on the rec area. In the rec deck.
The rec room.
Like, you know that in the rec deck, sometimes like Tuesday night is disco night in the rec deck. And they would lower a disco ball on Star Trek.
That's awesome.
You know was going to happen.
I have the extended soundtrack for Star Trek One. They wrote a disco song for Star Trek One. I'm not kidding. It came on my soundtrack. I was in the middle of working, and it was so jarring and so not Star Trek that I was like, what the hell is this? And it's this like Star Trek disco song that they've got with lyrics and everything. It's bizarre. You have to look it up. It's awful. But they did it. They put it in there. Luckily, they didn't have an 80s rock ballad in Star Trek 2.
Okay. So I'm watching it down. I can't put it up on the screen, but I've got it playing as I go here just so we can keep going. So we were just talking about the simulator sequence. There was something about, the last thing I was going to say about that, which references the newer movies, which is again, just to emphasize their terribleness. when you hear in this, which is later on, about how Captain Kirk solved the Kobayashi Maru,
Yes.
I never thought that it was like how that it's one of those situations where when you show it, it loses its majesty.
100%. I know what you're talking about.
And not only does it lose its majesty in the other episodes when you see him do it, they did it in the most lame way possible. Because when I had envisioned, okay, if you were going to show Captain Kirk defeating the Kobayashi Maru, he would have reprogrammed it, but he would have reprogrammed it so he could just barely beat it. So,
yeah, I mean, make it convincing.
Right. Because like in that movie, he's like just like eating an apple, like it's completely like, and it was just so absurd that I was like, no, he may have reprogrammed it, but he wasn't intending to get caught. Like he may have like done some kind of something so that if I do that, then I succeed and maybe they won't notice and I got out. But the scene that they actually provided for the defeat of the Kobayashi Maru was awful.
It was awful. And quite honestly, if I was a helmsman or a science officer, if I was watching that performance, I'd be like, I would never follow this guy into battle. Jeez.
What are you doing?
This guy's a child. Yeah. I mean, Kirk is commanding. In my opinion, I read some article the other day that ranked the top 12 captains in Star Trek. Kirk was number 11 out of 12. It was a joke. Kirk is number 1 out of 12. There's no doubt in my mind. He's the face of Star Trek. He's very commanding, and I love his portrayal of Captain Kirk. And he would never act like that. He would never act like a child in the captain's seat, even in the simulator. I agree. Less is better, and I'll swing around to that again, but I had some very deep thoughts about that discussion in the middle of the film where Kirk reveals how he beat the Kobayashi Maru and the significance of that discussion. It's not a throwaway line. It's not a comedic idea. It's actually very deep and very meaningful. But anyway, it is interesting. They reveal that there's cadets and that the old crew is being phased out. They're aging out. And they even say, why not just put an experienced crew on the ship? And he's like, galloping around the young is a game for the young.
No, Galloping Around the Galaxy is a game for the...
Yeah, what did I say?
Galloping Around the Young.
Galloping Around the Galaxy is a game for the young. So Kirk is very dismissive. And what's weird is we know that that's an insincere comment. He's saying that because he feels like maybe it should be true, but he doesn't feel like that in his heart. We know he wants to command a starship. But we have cadets, and I love the juxtaposition between the experienced crew that we love as an audience and this new group coming up, and the limitations that these guys have. What does he say? And the thing is that Kirk says that Star Trek 2, I reprogrammed the simulator so it was possible to rescue the freighter, not to defeat the Klingon. Oh, that's actually a great observation.
That is a fantastic observation.
That tells me where Kirk's priorities were. That's exactly right, Sable Phoenix. I never caught that in my life. That's great. To make it possible to rescue the freighter. So that means what he cared about was rescuing that ship in the simulator, not the military exchange. And to me, that's evidence of an experienced commander to try to avoid the combat if possible in order to get the job done and still succeed in the mission.
I love that point. I'm going to think a lot more about that point, Sable Phoenix. That's a fantastic point. I'm going to go back and rewatch that specifically for that.
That's a great point. There's. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, to go to your point about the inexperienced crew on board the ship, this is another way to cripple the Enterprise. The Enterprise is a character. We crippled the Enterprise in movie 1 because it is new and it's not completely, shaken down from its refit. So the Enterprise will be having some problems. What's a new way to cripple the Enterprise so it's not at its full capacity? It's that it's
take a Maserati and you give it to your 16-year-old to practice with.
Yeah.
And you get
my God.
That...
Sable Phoenix says also it's not explicit, but he may not have even made it survivable. Oh my God. So that would even be a better story.
What?
That he could have made it so the freighter would have gotten out of there, but the Enterprise didn't. What if he had, God, that's such a better story. What if he had reprogrammed that so that it was possible to get the freighter out of there and save the people on the freighter even though it cost the Enterprise.
Well, that stays in a little bit more in line with the original meaning of the Kobayashi Maru, because it's not a full win. That's not a win-win scenario. That is a win-lose scenario where he achieved one objective and failed in the
What's
other.
the objective in that case? To rescue that freighter and get it out of there. Oh my God.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, listen, the Kobayashi Maru is a pretty deep thing. And like I said, it has some staying power. People don't forget it. The no-win scenario.
Yeah. And the mission.
Yeah, that's the mission, to save the freighter while violating treaty, the neutral zone, and not upsetting the Klingons. So anyway, what's interesting, I saw one of the comments was, physician, heal thyself. One thing I noticed about Star Trek 2 is the massive nod to Western civilization. There's so many references to literature. I think physician, heal thyself is a Shakespearean line. I think it comes from Shakespeare. And he's saying it while he has a Charles Dickens book tucked under his arm. There's several quotes in this, and Harv Bennett and Nicholas Myers bring this out again in Star Trek 6. There's a lot of Shakespearean quotes in that as well. But there's a very strong set of references to Western literature in Star Trek 2.
Mm-hmm.
Physician, Piano TM saying that physician, heal thyself is from Aesop's Fables.
It's Aesop. Physician.
It's from Aesop's Fables. Okay. So not Shakespeare, but still part of Western canon, I guess you could call it. Which is very present in this movie.
No, wait a minute. Physician. Wikipedia is telling me physician, heal thyself, sometimes quoted in the Latin form, is an ancient proverb appearing in Luke 4:23. Therefore, Jesus is.
So it's biblical.
Wikipedia is telling me it's biblical. Yeah, Jesus is quoted as saying, "Yea, surely say unto me this proverb, physician, heal myself. Whatsoever we have heard done in Capernaum, do also here in thy country."
Wow, excellent. Well, now I've got that cleared up.
Okay, well now
so that's a biblical reference
too.
Well, what's interesting is the Genesis torpedo is also a reference to the Bible.
Is a biblical
Genesis?
It is.
Right. So there are strong references throughout Star Trek 2 that I completely appreciate. You get a sense that it's a very sophisticated thinker who's behind the storytelling and the dialogue. All the characters seem very educated in Star Trek 2 because of this. They're getting an assist from Western civilization. So it looks like, he's saying that he thinks, so the Bible maybe took it from Aesop. Interesting. So physician, heal thyself. It sounds like it has a couple different possible reference points. All right. So but also Spock's birthday gift to Kirk.
I was about to say, so we leave and then we hit the birthday gift. Right. Yes.
Which is A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. So it's a Charles Dickens book. So again, we have multiple references right off the bat. To me, that always just tells me I'm in good hands. You know, that this is someone who understands, they're well-versed in literature, and we're going to get some of the weight of that into the story, and it is baked in very clearly. And Khan quotes Herman Melville, Moby Dick, multiple times in this, another piece of Western literature. So there are several layers of this in the movie, and it's very evident. And when we see Kirk in his apartment or quarters on Earth, must be a pretty nice place. He's got the the Golden Gate Bridge in his.
I was thinking about that too.
View.
He's got some choice real estate there.
But they don't use money in the future, so I don't know how what the weight of that view is. But even in his living quarters there's like old wooden clippers, astrolabes, flintlock pistols. There's a suit of armor back there from a knight. What else? Did I see anything else? But anyway, just and David Marcus quote, he's like, they'll remember when he's talking to his mom, he's like, they'll remember you as one of the best, Newton and Einstein. So I just never noticed it. I feel like some of Western civilization is a little bit under attack these days. So suddenly watching Star Trek 2, I was just amazed by how strongly it was encoded into the story. Yeah,
Sable
Khan is
Phoenix.
Ahab, there's no doubt.
Yeah, Sable Phoenix, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Sable Phoenix says Star Trek 2 is Moby Dick. Khan is Ahab. It's not subtle, not so great insight there. He's got a copy and the cargo container, right? Yeah, what we see in the
100%.
books are right there on the cargo container, and Kirk is the white whale.
Yeah,
I mean, that's also a great observation.
Yeah, it may not. That may be more obvious. I mean, that is, to me, that was something I was able to pick up on early on, even when I was younger, because it is so apparent. But I think the writers drove the point home to show you Khan is unable, like Captain Ahab, to withdraw. It's a self-destructive confrontation, and Khan is quoting Ahab in his final minutes. To the last, I stab at thee, which is an Ahab quote as he's locked in battle with the whale. So it is hearkening archetypally the idea of a self-destructive quest, a quest from which you'll destroy yourself, which is what Ahab did, and it's what Khan did. 100%.
So when we're in Kirk's house or apartment or whatever it is, okay, Bone shows up and they have the discussion about aging.
Correct.
I mean, that's where we bring in this theme again very strongly here, and the Romulan nail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, beware of someone bearing gifts. I think that's a quote. He changes it to beware of Romulans bearing gifts, but I think that there's an actual quote there too. But yeah, there's a clear discussion. What I found interesting. So I'm 47 years old. So, and Kirk, I think, is 50 in Star Trek 2. So this is one of the more recent times I watched it where I identified more with Kirk, in where he's at in life. And what's interesting is Bone shows up, and the conversation doesn't go well. Kirk's really kind of withdrawn, and Bones kind of gets ticked about it and calls him out. And beware of Greeks bearing gifts.
Yeah, the internet was telling me that the quote is beware of Greeks.
Yeah, so there's another reference
as a reference to the Trojan horse, because a
there you
Greek
go.
bearing
Another
a gift
reference.
is the
Trojan horse. Lesson learned.
Thank you, James.
So yeah, Kirk's obviously bothered by his position in Starfleet, and Bones' advice to him is, Kirk, get back your command. Get it back before you turn into part of this collection, before you really do grow old. And for some reason that struck me as odd, because I was like, you would think a physician's advice might be, hey, it's time to move on. You're living in the past, man. At your age, it's time to move on. But his advice as a medical professional is go backwards, go get your command. Which is echoed later with Spock when he says commanding a starship is your first best destiny. So continually he's getting this advice from his crew. And I don't know. For some reason, I feel like in the stuff that I understand about what it means to move on in life, to struggle, to be looking backwards too much, that the professional consensus is usually to adapt and move on, to not get stuck in the past. So it just struck me as odd that Bones was like, it's okay to get stuck in the past. Maybe you should go back and become a captain again. Don't be an admiral. Don't adapt to your promotion in life. But there was the caveat of, you're not really old yet, Kirk. If you want to do it, go do it.
I think I'm torn between a couple of things that I think Star Trek engages with, especially here, very well, because it says, okay, in the context of the storyline, we had the 1960s show, and then it was 10 years later before you saw Star Trek 1, and now here we are in Star Trek 2, and we're dealing with people. I never had a problem with that as a kid.
Right.
Like, these are the heroes, these are the adventures, this is Star Trek, that it doesn't really, it matters what you can do. It doesn't really matter your age. Like, that was never, not having younger people, not having that crew be younger, and having them deal with age was never an issue to me as a kid. So on one level, I do think, hey, we should see younger people doing stuff that, but on the other hand, we should see older people doing stuff too.
I agree with
We
that.
see both of that in Star Trek, and I like dealing with those themes.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm impressed that how much mileage they got out of this, because right out of the gate in Star Trek 1, Kirk has got an age problem. Here again, Star Trek 2, he's handing the baton off to the cadets. So amazingly, and I think to your point, Heath, Star Trek 2 reinforces what you just said. What Star Trek 2 shows is the importance of veteran leadership. It also underscores the importance of youth. And when he's like, Savick, you go right on quoting regulations. The mistake he made was that he ignored the regulations in lieu of his experience. And he missed a fundamental, which a cadet did not. So it showed that you need the youth, you need the fundamental, and you need the veteran leadership. And at the end of the day, the veteran was it was the key to victory. The veterans across the board. Yeah, advice from his friends. Yes, Spock says it too. Spock says it was a mistake for you to accept promotion. Commanding a starship is your first best destiny. Anything else is a waste of material. So, I mean, that's a pretty strong comment from his best friend.
Well, Piano TM says the thing is there's almost infinite way for Kirk to reclaim his youth without going back to an earlier point in your career when you're supposed to be more responsible. Oh, he thinks that Kirk gave him a disservice. Well, that's interesting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, as a viewer, as a fan of Star Trek and Captain Kirk and the crew of the Enterprise, I see it as, this is what these characters did best. As a viewer, like they should do that. They don't have to do. But it just seemed like, it just struck me for the first time. I've never had this thought before. I was like, he's telling him not to move on. He's telling him to go back and do what you love.
And do what you love.
Which sounds more like friendly advice than professional advice. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Well,
I was professional.
During this point in the director's commentary, they were discussing the idea that when people are really good at something, their reward is often to be promoted out of it. That's what they were trying. That's what he was saying. And they even came up with an example. And I don't remember this person's name, but the director was talking about, do you remember such and such? And he gave this woman's name, who was this fantastic editor and ran and had won all these awards for editing in Hollywood. And then what was her reward? Her reward for being a fantastic editor was to be promoted to a desk job at another level and never edit again.
Wow.
So that's what the director was saying in the commentary. So that's that Kirk is the fantastic captain. So what is your reward for being a fantastic captain? To never be a captain again. So I think even maybe trying to fight that.
Well, even in Star Trek 4, after the trial at the end of the movie, the president is like, and we will give you what you have shown time and time again, excellence, the command of a starship.
It's a return to that.
So they really do reinforce that this is Kirk's destiny. You know where else that's reinforced now that I just think about it? Top Gun Maverick. He's like, distinguished captain. And he's like, I'm right where I belong, sir.
That's true.
So that is reinforced there too, that this is the one thing I'm good at, and I don't need to go anywhere else. I'm going to stick here. I'm going to buck the idea that I need to advance in order to prove something. That's interesting. I've never thought about this before.
So I think that's there. And so I think, yeah. Do you want Captain Kirk has been such a fantastic captain? Do you want him in charge of Starfleet operations?
Well,
probably not.
I think the 6 movies we were given with Captain Kirk, portrayed by William Shatner, proves that is his first best destiny. And we want him there. The crew wants him there. The franchise wants him there. That's where he's at his most effective. And the more I think about it, trying to imagine him as an admiral, like for real, like showing him as an admiral for an entire film, that's a tall order. I can't see it. I can't. Kirk's a commander.
There is a difference I'm thinking about, and I'm hoping I've gotten this right because I read this a long time ago, but I think that it's true. I remember reading it. The difference between promotion strategies between, for instance, the U.S. Army and U.S. military, perhaps more broadly, and the UK system. And that in the U.S. system, if I understand correctly, and I'm sure people will correct me here, I was listening that if you're going up, you've got certain number of times to achieve promotion,
Right.
and if you don't achieve promotion, you're out.
So I've read several military books about several different wars, including Vietnam, World War II, etc., Desert Storm, and there's a whole thing about the kind of guys that move up into the promotion, the lifers. There's several, I can't tell you how many times I've read in a book where a soldier says, well, I guess we got to charge the bunker. Such so-and-so wants a promotion. So there's a certain sense of like, whose interests are these commanders serving? Their own advancement or the interest of protecting their men? And sometimes that really gets muddled. So advancement in a military structure can become very political, social, and put ambition ahead of the interest of a military operation. So there's something to say about the idea of a guy who denies promotion to do what he loves. And I think it was Sable Phoenix's point, the kind of guy that says, when I reprogram the computer, it's to save the ship. It's not to destroy the Klingons. So that's exactly the kind of guy you want calling the shots. A guy that wants to save the ship and a guy that doesn't care about promotion. Sign me up. That's the guy I'll follow.
But I was contrast that. So contrast that system with you only have two rounds of promotion to either make your promotion or you're out.
Okay.
And I believe that's what James is saying is correct. In contrast with the British system, where you do not have to go on to promotion and you can still maintain the military. So if you got
that's a better system.
So if you got to colonel and they were like, well, now you could get your promotion to to the flag rank or whatever it is, and you're like, nope, I'm very happy doing what I'm doing and I'm good at doing what I'm doing. Your career isn't in jeopardy if you don't go on to seek promotion. Whereas in the U.S. system is apparently is.
Right. I would say that the latter is a better system.
Yeah.
To why impose that? I'm sure there's some intelligence or some wisdom there, but why impose advancement as a fundamental with two strikes you're out?
I think when I was reading Band of Brothers, this is a Canadian and Brit system. Okay, so so I'm right about that. It's been a long time since I've read that, but okay, Canadian Brit system, you could stay a single rank forever, but continue your career. You could still have the career, whereas that's not the case in the U.S. You have to go up. So that's
interesting. So that affects our storytelling here, because they had to explain why Kirk wants to be same thing with Top Gun Maverick. They had to write into the script, why isn't this character advancing? So it's in our mentality that you need to advance or else you're wasting something. Star Trek has the exact opposite message: to move up when you don't want to. That's a waste of material.
And that's a waste of material.
Right.
Yeah.
So those are great points. I didn't know that about the Canadian or Brit system, but there's something to say about a guy who knows his place and wants to stay there. And you admire those guys. I think we admire Maverick when he bucks the trend in Top Gun Maverick.
Somebody said, Piano TM says, we see admirals all over Star Trek being command of starships. Nobody has a problem with it. Why has Kirk got a problem with it? Now, this is a bit of an aside, but we should have had a return to the Commodore. I would have loved to see the Commodore, because the Commodore was a rank in the original series. And I would have loved to have had the Commodore back, especially in the Next Generation, because the Commodore is kind of that weird rank where you're above captain, but depending on the military system, you may or may not be flag rank.
Yeah. I think it means you're in charge of a couple ships, 3 or more ships or something, I think.
Yeah. And so I would have liked to have seen that come back. And actually, when I would have now, I think it actually works for Kirk to be an admiral and then having to deal with this. But especially in Star Trek, The Next Generation, I would have loved to have seen the return to to Commodore, because cool. After Best of Both Worlds, this is a bit of an aside, but it was always a problem with me there that Riker was promoted to captain. There was a field promotion to captain. But as far as I am aware, the only difference between a field promotion to captain and an actual promotion to captain is like the amount of ceremony that you're going to have.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to me, a field promotion to captain does not mean temporary promotion to a captain, because they could have made him acting captain of the Enterprise.
Acting captain, right?
But they gave him a field promotion to captain. And then later on, an episode later, after he's back to being commander. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he was promoted to captain. That was a field promotion. Now he is captain. So it would have been a really interesting way for the next generation to go if Riker had stayed captain of the Enterprise, because he's promoted to captain of the Enterprise, and then made Picard a Commodore.
I'll just say this again. You see some of this again in Picard season 3 with Riker and Picard. There's some issue, and actually there's 2 other captains in Picard season 3. So the chain of command gets a little fuzzy in Picard season 3, but to good effect, dramatically effective issues with the chain of command there, and it's really good. Yeah, and I think Decker, wasn't it Commander Decker?
See, that kind of bothered me too. That okay, he was like temporary grade reduction to commander, and also in that movie in Star Trek 1, it kind of bothers me too that they refer to Admiral Kirk as captain. They start talking to him as captain, so they all took like some type of weird temporary grade reduction or something like that. When it seems like he should have just been Captain Decker, but okay, the Admiral's on board, and
yeah,
that was weird to me too. That was kind of like that was more of the kind of quasi-military structure.
Right. A little bit more loose and kind of undefined. Yeah. Well, I will say, so we've established, the cadets, the aging out. We have a more military culture to Star Trek 2. It's a whole new look. The Enterprise is the same. Enterprise is beautiful. I love that ship. So, we've established that, and there's, we understand that Kirk wants to get back his command. They've established that early on. And then the movie shifts to the USS Reliant. And I got to tell you, I love the USS Reliant. Star Trek's a little weird in that every time you see a new starship, it's like totally different. And, they don't have a same model ship anywhere in the fleet. It feels like it's like the thruster, the warp drives are always different. The hull's different. They always have to do something different.
Now, you did see other Constitution class starships in the original series because they only had that one model.
Right.
They did have some other Constitution ships show up.
Yeah, in fact, isn't one of them the USS Constellation in one of the episodes? Anyway,
maybe, and wasn't the Yorktown one of them? But so you did see other ones that were of the Constitution class in the original.
So, I still to this day, when I watch Star Trek 4, I love seeing the USS Saratoga because it's the USS Reliant.
I know.
And it's powered. I'm like, there it is. There's that ship. And it's crazy because that ship was so menacing in this movie in Star Trek 2. It was just interesting to see it, as part of the fleet again in Star Trek 4.
I agree. I love the Miranda class starships. I do too. So in the Navy, that's kind of what I'm saying. With Jerry Harris says, in the Navy, I'm not an expert. A ship's captain is the given title of captain. That's how I passed it off in Star Trek 1. That even though he's the admiral, that it's just that captain is just the guy in charge. So that's how I took it. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it, but I've got a USS Reliant. I don't know if I can make this work.
You have a Reliant up there?
There's one up there, top shelf. There's a USS Reliant, a Starship Enterprise, and then a Bird of Prey from Star Trek 3. I love those. I used to have those set up on my desk. Now that I have kids, they kept knocking it over. But I used to have it set up in the Mutara Nebula battle sequence where the Reliant and the Enterprise were facing it off with each other. But yeah, we're introduced to the Reliant, and it's a scaled down ship. It's smaller than the Enterprise. It looks more like a science vessel. And they're scouting out a planet in the SETI Alpha system to test detonate the Genesis torpedo. And Heath, one thing that I thought about from our discussion last week with Star Trek 1, this idea of the morality of storing everything as data patterns. Remember, we were talking about the primal directive of V'ger to take things and just reduce them to data patterns, and how there's no morality. It's just the primal function of this machine. Now contrast that to what the Reliant is doing. Carol Marcus says if there's so much as a microbe, you do not test detonate the Genesis torpedo on this planet. So there is a human ethical variance in what to do with their technology. Whereas V'ger, there's no morality, data stored, destroy the planet, throw it in the data banks. Here they want to try the Genesis torpedo to build planets, but she won't let them do it if there's even a microbe on the planet. That's that's an introduction of human ethics into we're not reducing it to a data pattern, but we are destroying it to rebuild the planet.
I never thought of that.
Yeah. Isn't that an interesting, and I never thought of that either until we had our conversation last week where you talked about the morality of what V'ger was doing. We were talking about in AI, what's right or wrong to a machine. There is nothing. It takes humanity to introduce an ethical premise. And here we see that right away with the Reliant trying to find a planet suitable for the Genesis torpedo.
I had always
found that
interesting in terms of they didn't want any life there because they didn't want it to disrupt.
Right. But that's an ethical position. They're not saying,
I didn't think about it in terms of destroying the life because there could have been like proto-life or some kind of like algae there or something like there. But I was thinking that they didn't want that to mess up the experiment.
Well,
it had to be completely dead to not disrupt the experiment they were conducting. That's how I
took it as do not disrupt the potential evolutionary chain that could occur here.
I did not think
because remember what he says. He goes, maybe it's something we can transplant. Maybe we can move the microbes to some other planet. And Chekhov's like, she ain't going to go for that. And she goes, go ahead and check it out. Of course, they're not reading microbes. They're reading Khan and his merry band of men. And one thing I laughed at while watching it, and I never really thought about this until I watched it again last night, is there's kind of a running joke with the idea of the captain of a starship always beaming down onto the planet with Kirk in the episodes. Here, right. Captain Terrell does the same thing.
I was thinking about that too.
He beams down. It's a totally inhospitable world, and he's like looking around. I'm like, shouldn't he be staying on the ship? Like,
I know, and there is the scene where the guy is. I was thinking about that too. When the guy is like trying at the communications platform, it's like Captain Terrell. Please come in, Captain Terrell.
He's like, well, we lost our captain.
All right, well, the captain just...
Isn't there anyone else on the Reliant that you could have sent in his stead? Anyway, it's just, I had to, because even in 1982, they kept that going. I was like, all right, the captains still put themselves in harm's way. They don't care.
Yeah. It took till the next generation to get that, to get that figured out.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, of course, they meet Khan. And what a great introduction to him. Did you notice that he never takes off his other glove throughout the whole film?
I did not notice that, but they did talk about that on the director's commentary, and it was a big deal on the director's commentary.
What did it mean anything? Because I noticed that even as a kid. So for whatever reason now, when I watch Star Trek II, I think my dad pointed it out when I was like 7. So now when I watch it, it's like a big deal that I noticed something. I'm like, oh, his glove's still on. And even in the final shot when he's about to die, it's like his gloved hand is like grabbing and he's pulling himself up and his face is, for some reason, he never takes off that. I think it's his right glove. But he slowly removes his like Bedouin desert gear and reveals himself. And Chekhov immediately, according to this movie, he recognizes him as Khan. And Khan, what's interesting is Khan assumes they're looking for him.
Right.
And realizes later, through the course of back and forth, he's like, you didn't expect to find me. You thought this was a different planet. And I love the fact that when he's like, oh, they thought they weren't looking for me. Then he's like, why are you here? Which is a terrible thing that now this is going to lead to his knowledge of a doomsday weapon in the Genesis torpedo in the worst hands imaginable, you know. So
he said there was no reason. He just came, as far as the glove goes, he was just like that. Hey, don't take off the other glove. And
just random.
He never, the director never had a reason. Just don't take off that glove when
it sticks with me. For some reason, I still get a kick out of noticing his gloves still on from the beginning of the film all the way to the end. But yeah, they show Khan off pretty good. He, like I said, he's physically imposing. He's got the gray hair, so it's a weird juxtaposition of looks. And I love when he lifts Chekhov off the ground with one arm. He's obviously physically strong. So I think, have sold me on the fact that he is a Superman. Khan has a little self-indulgent exposition where he's like, on Earth 200 years ago, I was a prince with power over millions. And then Chekhov's like, you're a genocidal murderer. And that's when Chekhov's like, you had it, SETI Alpha 5, you had life, a fair chance. And Khan gives a pretty cool plot device. SETI Alpha 6 exploded and shifted the orbit of the planet, laying everything to waste. But only because I'm a genius did we make it through all this. Again, kind of doing some character development for his ability to survive as a villain. Yeah, he had Khan had one of the best space mullets in history. I mean, who can argue that?
I freeze framed the bookshelf when Chekhov walks up to the bookshelf.
Okay.
Because I was interested in what's there. So King Lear is there.
King Lear, Moby Dick.
Moby Dick is there. We know the reference to Moby Dick. Paradise Lost and Paradise Regained by Milton is there.
Now, Milton was mentioned in the Space Seed.
That's from Space Seed.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's where that one comes from. The
And
Inferno.
Go ahead.
The Inferno is also there.
Dante's Inferno. Okay.
Dante's Inferno is there.
Okay, so several references to the idea of Lucifer and ruling in hell. Because the big quote from Milton is better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven.
Right.
That's the Milton line. And they say it in Space Seed.
They say it in Space Seed, so that was definitely the reference there.
So this is his hell. He's in hell. He's got his survivor, the surviving crew of the Botany Bay. And now he's captured the captain and Chekhov. And I love how physical Ricardo Montalban's performance is when he's like, "This is SETI Alpha 5." Like he's really pissed, and then he kind of recovers his composure. Like the man is menacing. You get a sense you really don't want to mess with this guy. And he finds out. I love when he finds out that Kirk is an admiral, and it bothers him. So the promotion we were talking about, although it may not have been in Kirk's best interest, it sure pissed off Khan.
It does piss him off, yes.
He's like, Admiral? And he almost like he's plotting his revenge right there. He's like, okay, well, tell me where I could find Admiral Kirk. And it's kind of a running joke with Khan where he emphasizes the word Admiral over and over again.
Kronos says, Kronos Chiron says, a Trek ship comes to this system and doesn't wonder where a whole planet went. Yeah, they must not regularly map this area. They must not, because they don't realize there's a planet missing in the system. Yeah.
Or maybe the guy was one of those security guards that dozes and, the planet like Praxis blows up, and remember in Star Trek 6, and like everyone's affected by the shockwave.
Yeah, apparently that did not happen with SETI Alpha.
The SETI Alpha system, it was a quiet day when that happened. That's funny. Yeah, it bugged a bunch of people. I never really thought about it that much, but that is true. The more I think about it would be a difficult sell that had been missed for 15 years, because I think if I remember right, it was it was 15 years. Yeah, 15 years that they were there. So he said it blew up 6 months after they were left.
Right after, yeah.
So 14 and a half years, this destruction of this planet went unnoticed. Yeah, no meteorites. No one's like, where'd this come from? Looks like from the SETI Alpha system, judging by its ore. What's that?
I tried to be also, since I was watching Star Trek 1 and Star Trek 2 kind of back to back, I was trying to keep track of what is the same as far as sets and props and things like that goes. So because they said they got to leave up a lot of the Enterprise. Now the bridge changed. The bridge changes between 1 and 2, but a lot of the hallways do too. But then also when Chekhov and Captain Terrell, that's the same spacesuit that Spock and Kirk go out.
Yes.
So,
And I noticed, and I probably noticed this before, but I never thought about it that much. When the ship clears moorings later, the Enterprise, they have that astronaut do that. They have that
they have the
Star Trek motion picture guy again. He's like, "Hey, remember me?" Crazy astronaut. But yeah, so Khan puts himself on the map here pretty quick by figuring out why they're there. Now has knowledge of a doomsday weapon, and this is a little bit of a plot convenience, but I think they mostly got away with it. The SETI Alpha eels, which I got to say, even today, look pretty damn real to me. They look terrible. And every time those slugs go into their ear, I still cringe watching that. So that's 1982 level, practical effects. And
they were cringe to me as a kid.
Oh, yeah, it's awful. I mean, them screaming, and they show the close-up of it going into his ear and, like, squeezing itself in, and I'm like, I still cringe. It still bothers me. And I love the detail that these, like, SETI Alpha eels, like, carry their young, like, inside these plates and just travel under the sand. And Khan has to kind of, like, physically grab it. It just – those are good creature designs. Yeah,
I agree. I agree with you, Lord Tolvine. The creature actually looked better than the ear they were going.
100% true. The ear looks fake as hell, but the slug looks real. 100%. I also get a kick out of later in the film. It comes out of Chekhov's ear, and Kirk's instinct is to pull out and fire a phaser an inch from Chekhov's head.
But he makes the shot. He
does make the shot, so he's a good shot. But man, that's your first. You don't step on it. You blow a disintegration beam an inch from your friend's head for a bug. Seems a little excessive. Yeah, they were horrifying. I hated those eels. And they have the beneficial, they help make people susceptible to suggestion. So a little bit of mind control, which obviously comes into play soon.
I think they got away with it. I think that
I do too. I do too. I realize from a writing point that that's an awful nice thing to have. These could have been a scorpion that just stings you and hurts really hard. No, these are mind controls. The only remaining indigenous life form. But yeah, so now we've got Khan. Khan has been activated. They don't ever show him beaming up to the Reliant. They actually skip a lot now that I think about it. But he's in play. And when they
do skip a lot. I want to come back to that point that
in regular one,
they do skip a lot of stuff. They leave a lot to the imagination. They try to make him as actually the director was saying that he wanted Montalban to back off.
Oh, really?
Because when he showed up and he did that scene, he was at the top crazy, like over the top crazy man. He said that Myers said that he had every word to the T, and they wanted to do that whole. He said it was 6 pages in one take, and Montalban came in and delivered it word perfect, but at like a major crazy person level. And the director came in, and Myers said that, all right, he said, you should never show people your top, is the words that he said, because then we know we don't have any place else to go. So let's instead make this an understated, crazy. We're going to make you crazy by being mellow.
I think that was a good call.
It was. And so then apparently Montalban was like, oh, okay, I see where you want me to go. And so then they did it again where he was like the mellow. So they don't show the really crazy stuff.
Except when he says this was SETI Alpha 5. They show you a little bit of the range there, but I think he's very menacing in his ability to have self-control. That's an older man's self-control ability, and I think that makes him scary. Darth Vader is like that a lot. He doesn't move a lot. A lot of the villains who have total self-control, it conveys something that makes them more menacing, not less. Yeah, never show your top. I think that was good advice. And I will say, and I don't think I'm shocking, Khan is one of my all-time favorite villains. Like, just hands down. He's one of my all-time favorite villains. He was cunning. He was physical. He's everything you want out of it. It was personal. He really takes delight in tormenting Kirk and hurting him. The dialogue is up to it. So like he hits every note you want a villain to hit. Yeah, predators don't move until they strike. Sable Phoenix. So the ability, the stillness, the self-control is actually scary to me. Not weak. The guy who's like Kylo Ren is always like hitting everything was like I don't know, that takes something away from it. I never found Kylo Ren menacing. He seems so emo and like ineffective.
Kylo Ren is the opposite of this, right? Yes, he absolutely is.
Yeah, totally. So, but then, and I don't know if there's too much to go into.
Well, we go from there to the approach to the Enterprise.
Yes. So Kirk's doing an inspection. And one thing I always appreciate, and it's very subtle, Kirk's like does the white glove treatment. In the background is the radiation chamber that Spock dies in. So I like how they walk through that area where Spock dies. And it's from different camera angles. So that's why I don't know if I recognized that when I was younger. But that thing that Spock lifts up and then puts his face directly into, that's sitting there in the background during Kirk's inspection. So we do pass through it. So I think that was a nice way to introduce that part of the ship while giving Kirk the mundane task of an inspection.
Of an inspection. Yeah. Now, just before that, I don't know why I hadn't really realized. Maybe it was because as a kid I didn't watch Star Trek 1 as much. But he comes aboard in the same shuttle. But so they kind of do that scene again.
Yes.
But this time much faster.
Quicker. I made the same note. I was like, they kept the ship porn, the close-ups, the angles, they kept it all in there. They clear moorings again. I think they added that term to make it more naval, Enterprise will clear all more. There's a cool scene in Star Trek 2 that now that I've noticed it's one of my favorite scenes. It's so simple and so subtle. Kirk goes up to the bridge, and this is like role playing. The camera's there when the doors pop up, and they just film like Kirk's point of view from the ship, and it's like, welcome aboard Enterprise. And then Sulu turns around and like gives a nod and everything. And I'm like, that's one of my favorite. It's like a 2-second scene, but it's like you entering the bridge of the Enterprise, from that vantage point, and there's all the bells and whistles, lights. Sulu gives you the nod. It's like, you're Kirk for that moment. I love that little scene when he arrives on the bridge. It's so simple. And then the fear that he has when Saavik is going to, it's like giving your kid the keys to the car and backing out of the garage for the first time. Kirk's visibly scared that Saavik is going to wreck the Enterprise pulling out of a space dock. But I never understood that because she's not flying it. It's Sulu, and she's
not technically flying it. Right. Yes. Yeah. It's actually Sulu is still the one who's taking him out. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. That's a good point. Order. That's a good point.
So, but they go on the training cruise. And again, this is mundane. This is how confident the storyteller is. This is a mundane, boring thing if you think about it. They're going on a training cruise with cadets. Nothing big. Khan, on the other hand, goes to Regula 1. And this is what kind of acts in the hero's journey sense of the call to adventure. Something happens on Regula 1, and that's what brings Kirk in. And at the time, they're not really sure what it is. Even Kirk says it could be garbled communications or something. And him and Spock kind of have this exchange where he gives the ship back to Kirk. And I love that line that Spock has where he's like, you proceed from false assumptions. He's like, I'm a Vulcan. I have no ego to bruise. So here again is another character who's not interested in promotion. And once again, this sells us on that character. We like him more because of that.
Well, I always liked that Spock, I mean, everybody seems to stay at their place, like, even though they're advancing in their careers or whatever. I mean, so many of them Kirk got a promotion to Admiral, but Uhura, Chekhov, Sulu, Bones, they're all kind of the same place. So I did always like that Spock became captain of the Enterprise.
Yeah, me too. It was a good. I even like Sulu as the captain of the Excelsior.
Yeah, and he gets to become captain of the Excelsior later. But I always liked even here that it's actually Spock that's the captain of the Enterprise. That seems very fitting.
Right. So, yeah. It seemed perfectly normal for both characters. And I love the music and the moment where Kirk gets command. And he's kind of like walking up to the bridge, and there's like this dramatic music, and he's like, I'm taking control of the Enterprise. And I was like, man, this is very William Shatner in the way he's going about it.
Yeah, I like that too. And I was looking through, scrolling through some of the film here, because I was going to say, from the structural perspective and what's actually happening here, I was trying to look at the time perspective, because even though the perception is, oh, this is the intense action-packed movie and stuff like that, we are let's see, at 36 minutes into the film, that's when Kirk has the conversation with Carol Marcus. So that's the inciting incident that, like, I mean, as far as that brings our group in, like, what happens to Kirk? He gets this transmission from his old girlfriend.
Jammed at the source, sir.
Jammed at the source. That we've seen stuff before that, but as far as bringing our heroes in, that's 36 minutes into the film that he receives.
That's what I'm saying. I totally agree. They have what I think they've really what this group of filmmakers did. They rebooted Star Trek from the rebooted Star Trek. You had the series, which was rebooted into Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and this guy just a couple years later reboots it again. And so I think he established this new version of Starfleet, which is the same. It's this, San Francisco. It's still Starfleet, but it's a new look. It's a new feel. Everything's different. The character's a little bit more a part of a military structure. Did you notice how many signs that there's exit signs and no smoking on the bridge and all this stuff? Like, there's a lot of signs in this. So this is a much more regulated Starfleet, clearly in Star Trek 2. So I think he establishes even the inspection. All of this is protocol. They're showing us military naval protocol over and over again. And then Regula 1 happens. And like you said, he gets the transmission. Oh, well, there is a scene we should talk about where they see what he goes, it might help my analysis if I knew what Genesis was.
Well,
so Kirk
we're not quite there yet. Hang on.
Okay.
Let me say a couple of things before that. I've got a prop note and then a structure note, that because I was trying to keep track of what is the same. So that seems to be when Kirk receives the transmission from Carol Marcus, he is in the same set that was his quarters in Star Trek 1. That's because that transparent or translucent glass that shuts.
Yeah.
That's also in this. Now they've redressed some of that interior, but that does look like it is the same set. They put different stuff inside, but that looks like it's the same room that's in there. And now that I've seen it, I notice that there's this really weird and out of place console because it's got crystals and stuff in it. Okay. And if you watch the scene where Kirk comes and dresses down Decker. In Star Trek 1, there is this console that's shoved against the wall that's got like weird triangular crystals in it that looks completely nothing like anything else on the Enterprise.
Really?
But it's up against the wall. And they said, because when they were doing the design for the TV series, Star Trek Phase 2, that Star Trek: The Motion Picture became, that was what they were going to have the Enterprise look like in its consoles, be all these crystals and weird stuff like this in triangular shape. And so all that existed of that was this one console that is up against the wall in Kirk's quarters. But then I noticed that it's the same console that he's sitting at when he's talking to Carol Marcus. Now it just jumps out at me.
Oh, I can't wait to
as
see
so
that.
Different. It's that same console. Look at the dress down.
So they reused it.
In the back. And then so they moved it. They moved it to the other wall in this one. And it's this weird crystal thing, but he's still sitting at it. It's like, where did that come from? That's the only thing on the Enterprise that looks like that. So it's a holdover from the trying to design the TV show. The second TV show.
It's almost like they obviously that was a decision. So someone said, we have to make this place look different. Use that thing over there from 1979.
Or we don't have enough money, to rebuild everything. So take that, put that over here. Let's and reuse it.
Oh, I can't wait to make that connection. That sounds awesome.
But what from the structure perspective, though, one thing that I don't think I made a note of in last time with Star Trek 1 is that I don't remember a refusal of the call. We talked about it being the hero's journey,
Oh,
but Kirk never refuses the call. So he is a willing hero, as far as I can remember.
he is part of the military command, so I don't think he has the option of refusing the call. But I will say this. Hey, I disagree.
No, really? Okay.
Small disagreement. Kirk says, no, you take the ship. So there was a moment where Spock offers him the ship.
No. I'm talking about, I'm sorry. In Star Trek 1.
Oh, in Star Trek 1.
In Star Trek 1, Kirk is a willing hero because he's going after and going to talk to.
Not only willing, he's inserting himself into the situation.
Right. So it is the hero's journey, but we were missing the refusal of the call. And I never saw something that was actually, because Kirk was absolutely the willing hero in this.
Yeah, almost cast in a negative light by forcing his way into the captain seat in the beginning of that movie.
Right. Right.
So yeah, there wasn't a refusal of the call. That's true. In this one, I think there's only one small line that could serve as a refusal of the call.
But I think it is. I was going to contrast that specifically. I was going to say that, but we do have the refusal of the call in this because Spock wants him to take command, and he does. It's not a huge thing,
right?
But I would say that it's definitely present here because Kirk demurs to not take command of this ship. And Spock has to convince him. So I would definitely say the refusal of the call was here. And then when he accepts the call, that's that scene that you were talking about that is so epic. Here I am. All right, please make note of this in the ship's log. I am assuming control of this vessel. Put me on speakers, I'm telling you. So there was the refusal of the call here. And then Spock convinces him to accept, and then he comes in with all his bravado with the acceptance.
He even kind of puts down the cadets. He's like, I'm gonna have to ask you all to grow up a little faster than you'd like. I'm like, dude, just take it easy, man. These guys are on a training cruise, and you're like dressing them down. But I love it. It's just so, like I said, it's so William Shatner in its delivery.
That's what if you watch the previous last week. We talked a lot about that he's very adversarial, almost kind of villainous to an extent in the very beginning in Star Trek 1 because of
correct.
Yeah.
And now that I've grown to really love the motion picture. I love watching him in the early part of this show because it's almost a different Kirk. And I know in the back of my head that I'll be rewarded along this movie that he will grow back back. He's going to become the Kirk that we all know and love, really movie Kirk. Because original series Kirk, the TV show Kirk, is a little different too. Movie Kirk emerges by the end of Star Trek 1, and he's in Star Trek 2 full blast, possibly at his best. His finest hours are in Star Trek 2. I would say that I love Star Trek 6, but that's like Spock's final best hours in Star Trek 6. Spock's is the star of that one. But so Kirk takes over the Enterprise. And
which let me just make a note because of that, just the pacing here.
Yeah,
his major entrance that we were just talking about, which we're actually engaging our heroes to go and do something. That is at 40 minutes into the film.
Wow.
Just as far as the structure goes. So we accept the call to adventure 40 minutes in. Wow. Very unconventional. Very unconventional. We all love this movie, but it is slow to get started. But we don't seem to remember that because it does everything so well. Right. But it takes 40 minutes to actually get to the acceptance of the call to adventure.
That's what I mean. There's all of this hanging out doing mundane stuff. And to me, the purpose of that is to establish to show us that these people are all attached to a naval culture, Starfleet. And Kirk is doing officer level Starfleet stuff. The cadets are doing what we used to see Kirk and the crew do. And they're just they're showing us how all of this would fit if it were actually a part of a military structure. And I think there's something I have a little so when I took notes, one of the things that I wrote, I think I mentioned this before, functionality. When we, the viewer or the reader, sense intuitively that there's a structure here that we need to understand and follow, and the characters clue us in when they say things or do this or whatever, there's something compelling about that. I always noticed in movies when someone describes the rules, like, here you have to do this, or don't ever do this, like for some reason that's compelling because it's showing you that this world is functional and that these people are parts of this world. And I think that drives a lot of the opening parts of Star Trek 2. We're getting a chance to see Kirk and crew of Enterprise for the first time really as accountable to the larger structure of Starfleet. And I think that that is compelling to watch because now Kirk is more convincing. To be the captain of a starship in a functional Starfleet is more interesting than being a captain in general, in theory, in like the original series, where it's just the Enterprise. You know, it seems a lot of time detached from Starfleet.
Right. Yeah.
And in Star Trek 1, there's a little bit more of a structure, but it's still Kirk doing whatever he wants to do. You know, we're the only ship in the quadrant, which hard to believe, but you know, we get a little bit of that, but Star Trek 2 really establishes it. So 40 minutes in, now I think we're like, okay, I've bought in to this Starfleet, Kirk's place, Bones' place, you know, the Enterprise's place. The cadets are here to replace them. So I think we're up to speed by now on how this Starfleet functions and who's who and how they fit into it all.
Sable Phoenix, thank you so much for the $5. Sable Phoenix says, I think the fact that he needs glasses, he's allergic to the retinal drugs, is more than just a character beat. That's an allegory in physical manifestation.
It's huge because that was one of the first cues that he's aging. And now I've always underestimated this until I needed glasses. The second I started squinting and said I had to buy glasses, I thought about Star Trek 2. There's a great scene in Star Trek 2 during the battle where Khan's got him by the balls and Kirk has to pull out his glasses and he even has a self-conscious. He's like, damn, you know, he's embarrassed.
When he has to turn back around, I guess we'll get to this scene, but when he turns back around to talk to Khan on the screen, he takes his glasses back off.
Because, I mean, you'll see it when you get older, you could see far, usually. It's only the close-up stuff. So it's very consistent with where he's at in life.
Oh, and I thought that when he took it off, like, yeah, he did put him on to see down there, but I thought that it was a self-conscious part on Kirk's part.
It could have been.
Turn around and see his back. He quickly took off his glasses again to convert.
See, Khan, I'm still young. I still got it.
It's coming. It's coming. Put him back on.
No, that's true too. That could be interpreted that way as well, and could even be the reason. But the glasses play a role throughout the rest of the film. In fact, at the end of the film, they're broken, and Kirk is different when he's reading and he's trying to look at the end of the film, and we can get to that later. But the glasses serve as a physical symbol of his aging. And it's something that I love when he realizes he needs them, because that affirms the fact that you are getting older. And he's like, damn, he's got to put on his glasses and he's like reprogramming the thing. So they do serve a critical function. It's a symbolic throughout the film. Yeah.
All right.
And of course he can sell them in Star Trek 4.
And right. Yes. Yes.
They'd be worth more if the lenses were intact.
Well, and I didn't realize, or I had forgotten, that McCoy actually tells him in Star Trek 2 that they're rare to find with the lenses intact.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that may be in the director's cut because I watched both of them. Because McCoy specifically says the line, "They're rare to find with the lenses intact," and then by the end of that movie, of course, they're shattered.
Yeah,
and
right.
But then there's a callback to that in Star Trek 4 when he's like, well, if the lenses were intact, but McCoy had found ones with
that's amazing. Yeah. So Kirk is on the cusp. So Khan's pieces are moving on the board. Kirk doesn't really realize it yet. And then the movie decides, after 40 minutes, to your point, to explain what Genesis is. I think to your point, structurally, it's very unusual to get such a late explanation of a key component to understanding this story, the Genesis torpedo. Which, by the way, another shameless plug for Picard season 3. There's a scene in Picard season 3 in one of the episodes, they show a Genesis torpedo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in a museum, there's a Genesis torpedo, and I was like, damn, it's nice to see that thing again. but yeah, so the Genesis torpedo, which is another reference to the Bible, it literally is Genesis, the power to create life. And what's interesting is it's so Star Trek. Both the Death Star can destroy a planet and the Genesis torpedo, but the Death Star is just straight laser. Whereas this is much more scientific. It breaks down the planet molecularly and then rebuilds the planet with, I think, life-generating matter, I think she calls it, which is amazing. And then, of course, they had the immediate discussion, well, what if this is test detonated on a planet where life exists? And Spock rather dispassionately says that it would destroy such life in favor of its new matrix. And what's great is, although Harv Bennett and the crew didn't know Star Trek before they got here, they really nailed the characters in this scene.
They did.
With Kirk and Spock and Bones.
It's perfect with, like, what we were talking about with Kirk playing bravado. We talked about this a lot on the last episode when we talked about Star Trek 1. Kirk is bravado, Spock is logic and reason, and McCoy is emotion.
Right.
The heart. And it plays out so perfectly in this. Yeah.
It's a perfect discussion. You would never know that this guy... the writers weren't as familiar with these characters getting into this movie. So here's an example where someone new coming in did bring fresh eyes and improved the overall franchise. So it can be done. We just haven't seen it done lately.
Well, he said specifically in the director's commentary that he was, because he didn't know it. And then he did go through and watch like all the episodes. So, I mean, it wasn't like what he brought on.
No, he did his homework. That's what you're supposed to do.
He did his homework after he was brought on. But because he didn't have like the 20-year history, 15-year history with it, he said that I was irreverent, therefore. I could be irreverent, but that I was never malicious. That he wanted to say that I might be irreverent, but I was never malicious.
Respectful to the source material.
We don't get today sometimes. That
respectful to the source.
Sometimes people will be brought on to something and they won't do their homework. Because, okay, that's okay. Are you familiar with this? Because sometimes people are even saying, I forget, man, I wish I could find this article. There was something about, we were intentionally looking for people who did not know anything about this. But if you don't know anything about it, it's actually good to have people who know stuff about it. Or if you don't know something about it, to do your homework, to figure out, why do people like this? Why do people not do, what do people expect when they see this?
Well, and some of these writers in this now write stuff that is antithetical. What they're saying is, I'm going to write something that's not like Star Trek because whatever wasn't like Star Trek was missing from Star Trek. So I'm going to do something that was missing that's not Star Trek and it's antithetical. And it's like, no, that's the exact opposite. You can bring something new in that still honors the brand of the franchise and the characters and the meaning and the themes and the style. You should still play in that sandbox. It's not smart to say that I'm going to do the opposite of Star Trek because the opposite of Star Trek was never there before. Therefore, this must be new. I mean, you're just creating the opposite of the brand. It's really weird thinking. But this guy, Harv, did a great job. I mean, just a great job. And I love it. I've unpacked this story structurally, and there's so many little things that I love about it that it works. Like, I'll always catch something new, even to this day. And I'm like, oh, that's what I'm like. Oh, and it still works. He thought about it.
I think this is a fantastic point. Sable Phoenix says here, the Genesis Project is literally the power of a god, and there are emphatically no gods in Star Trek. They always talk about it. They're
right.
But you're right that when you're looking for one, not real ones, every god is so advanced, they're indistinguishable from magic, and that every time they try to encounter a god in Star Trek, it's revealed to be ultimately false. They're always still talking about trying to find it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty common theme from the original series. Star Trek 5 obviously deals with that. And then here in Star Trek 2, they're dealing with the power of God as a Genesis torpedo. What I really appreciate about this is its function by Carol Marcus is to, she says, when you consider the cosmic problems of overpopulation and food shortages
and food supply.
Right. So this is an altruistic device. And yet, if you fired on a planet that's already has life on it, you would destroy all the life. So it's like an atomic weapon or a Death Star blast. So like God, the power to create and the power to destroy, those are big themes. Those are very big themes, and they did it in an object, which is not easy to do all the time. Oh, Sable Phoenix feels like the Genesis torpedo does not fit in Star Trek at all. I disagree. I actually love the Genesis torpedo, and I thought it was a great device. I thought it was a cool device for plot and for power. And they use it in Star Trek 3. That is the motivation of the Klingons to get this on the black market, in a sense. And then they kind of moved away from it. But they did reintroduce it briefly in Picard season 3. But yeah, it's obviously a very powerful thing. And Khan, believe it or not, when Khan realizes what the Genesis torpedo is, it actually changes. It adds a new motivation for him. He was interested in survival. He was interested in revenge against Kirk. And then he's interested in the Genesis torpedo. So that introduces a tertiary motivation for him that wasn't there until this movie began. So that's a new layer for him. We never even hear what he was going to do with it. But clearly it's just in the wrong hands if it's in his hands.
This is what I would have said. Piano TM says it goes into the point of gods being false. Here, humans are becoming gods.
Yeah, Bones says that. He goes, in Genesis, God created the world in 6 days, but watch out, here comes Genesis. We'll do it for you in 6 minutes. And he's getting like upset about it. And in the way he words it, it's almost like a commercial, like 8-minute abs. This is 6-minute God, 6-minute planet building, due to technology. So it's clearly the kind of thing, and the movie is very clear about this, that it could get in the wrong. What would happen if this ended up in the wrong hands? That question is asked multiple times by David, Marcus, and Carol, and by Bones and Spock.
Well, and I noticed there was a line that was cut out in the theatrical release when I was watching through the director's cut, because Spock says something about the wrong hands, like if this gets into the wrong hands or something like that. And McCoy has a line that's like, and who do you think is the right hands? But I didn't see that did Doug freeze? I didn't see that in the theatrical like.
Yeah, where he goes, well, who he calls him my green-blooded friend or something, right?
Yeah.
Who are the right hands? That was in the director's cut, not the theatrical.
Right. So we go from there to the encounter with the Reliant. Classic scene.
I love everything about this surprise attack from the Reliant. Everything. The visuals, the music, and I love James Horner nails it. The music starts ominously, and there's something about the bright white hulls of these ships in the black space as they come and approach each other. The dialogue is great. I love the scene where Khan is kind of hanging out in the captain's chair, and all of his guys are just kind of like hanging out behind him.
his biker gang.
Yeah, his biker
they
gang.
Got on some of the tunics, the maroon tunics, like hanging over their shoulders and stuff like that.
It's the opposite of the regulated Starfleet. This is a haphazard, casual group in charge of a starship. And Savick, of course, quotes the regulations, in the event that, communications have not been established. And he's like, she's like, he knows the regulations, basically. Shut up, Savick. And Kirk doesn't raise shields. So he's just assuming that everything's fine. And here's where we get, again, one of the most culturally enduring lines. Have you heard of the Klingon proverb that describes revenge as a dish that is best served cold? It is very cold in space. That line has made it on all levels of culture. I've seen memes on it. It's funny, on like Facebook groups that have nothing to do with Star Trek, you'll still see this meme and it says Klingon proverb. Everyone knows this. The power of this line has really stood the test of time. So, and it's interesting how this all plays out. Kirk is just assuming, obviously, that there's no problem. And Khan explains, we're all part of one big happy fleet. That's why Kirk is unguarded. And then what's interesting is right away, so you get the first clue there's something wrong when he goes, they're saying that the chamber emissions are causing an overload to their comm system.
Yeah, we can't communicate. Yeah.
And I love it. Kirk just looks right. Yeah, he just looks over to Spock, and Spock's like scanning the scanner you were looking into in the set in Georgia. And he goes, their coil emissions are normal. They lied. That's a big problem for me. Like, not in terms of watching pleasure, but it's like, that's a big lie. And then right away, before you can wrap around your own mind, they're like, he's raising shields. He's locking phasers on target. So Kirk's a little slow here.
He is a bit slow. He is a bit slow.
And then Kirk's, of course, like, raise shields. And then I love it. Khan is so happy. Fire! Like, he's really happy to be opening fire on Kirk. He loves every moment of it. So the acting is perfect. You get, like, if you want a guy who's out for revenge and he gets his chance, that's what I want to see. I want to see a guy who relishes every second of that revenge he's taking.
Wait a minute. We have some information, some cultural reference here coming in.
Oh, interesting.
Revenge is a death served cold is from Hamlet?
Is it? I thought it was an original quote from this film. I don't think I've ever seen it referenced anywhere else until right now. And that's not to say that you're wrong.
Wait, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up.
Okay, interesting.
So wait, this looks okay. So Hamlet, yes, boy, I didn't know that. That gives it something because they quote Shakespeare in Star Trek VI again.
Yeah.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, rather than immediately exacting revenge upon a person who has done wrong, as sadistic as it may be. Wait, so this is Hamlet. Oh, I'm looking for the exact reference here. Hang on.
Now, Hamlet was like, I don't know if you guys have seen The Northman, but The Northman is the original tale that Hamlet was based on. I'm trying to think if they use that line in there. I got to see it again. Well, that's interesting. I did not know that came from Hamlet.
Well, Google sucks now. So, so
what a weird line that was from Star Trek VI, where he's like, you haven't experienced Klingon, or you haven't experienced
original
Shakespeare. So
until you've experienced in the original Klingon.
So Shakespeare plagiarized it from a Klingon, apparently. I love that's so ridiculous and hysterical.
Well, I'm having trouble up with the reference, but yes, okay. Apparently, it is from Hamlet. Thank you, Sable.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, hey, I love it. I love knowing. But what's weird is I always see it referenced in Star Trek terms. I don't think I've ever seen it referenced ever in Shakespearean terms. Wow, that's pretty cool. Sable Phoenix, thank you. That is pretty important to know, I would say. And well, like I will say this. Clearly, it's from Hamlet. I would say Star Trek II breathed some fresh life into this phrase because it revitalized it in pop culture. Genius steals. Well, it's good. It happens a lot. In fact, I've noted, like, I was reading Moby Dick last year. And even in Moby Dick, there are
that's why I can't find it exactly. So Sable Phoenix is saying it's there, but it's not a direct quote. They paraphrased it. Okay, so that's why in my brief Googling, I'm not finding an exact reference. Okay, so it was paraphrased from Hamlet.
Okay, so it was modified to suit the film. But I think that the line "it's very cold in space," which obviously didn't come from Hamlet. It definitely adds a pretty harsh touch to it, and I would say augments that line, because it's a guy on the verge of taking his revenge. It's a great quote. It's well used. If it was stolen or borrowed from Hamlet, it was perfectly done. Kirk does not raise shields on time, and the Reliant opens fire. And let me tell you, I love that when ships take damage in this, it is serious damage. This is not superfluous action. It's not mindless explosions. The Enterprise is seriously wounded from these opening phaser shots. And they show you the engine room. There's massive explosions. The cadets are panicking. People are climbing all over each other. There's like a door that's automatically coming down and people are, army crawling under it. like, this is a serious shot to the Enterprise. This cripples it. And then he even comes around and fires a photon torpedo, which is even more damaging and pretty much neutralizes the Enterprise. So he makes short work of a Federation battle cruiser in just a handful of seconds.
And to the point of the damage, I was reading about it that this was the first time, to put things in context, the first time you had ever really seen the result of a ship taking damage, being hit by this. Because you didn't see anything like that in the original series.
It was more
And
like
you
camera
didn't-
shaking and stuff.
Yeah, you never saw anything like that when you got hit.
Yeah,
And you
this
didn't see anything like that in Star Trek 1. And so this is the first time that like full-on phaser hits are being represented with that kind of damage.
Well, in magnitude, like this looked like severe damage. And you know where the phasers hit the hull of the Enterprise, those scars stayed. I even love in Star Trek 3 when they're pulling into space dock, that waiter's looking up at through the window and you could see the battle scarred hull of the Enterprise. All of that's from Khan. So this is something I think is terribly missing in modern films. I would call it tactical reality. So the Reliant shoots at the Enterprise, hits it in a certain spot, and that strike sticks. Like that's the shot. It doesn't get lost. It's not ambiguous. Like that is the shot. That's where it got hit. And it stays. It's a permanent scar on the Enterprise's hull at that point. And then, of course, after the several explosions, it dies down for a second, and it's an ugly scene. Kirk's like hugging himself and walking through the smoke, and it kind of cracks me up. There's people with like fire extinguishers
right.
in the background. And I'm like, well, I guess they didn't make any advances in fire technology, but they're putting out fires, and the bridge is a mess. The lights are out, the red lights are on, the computers are all in static. And Kirk literally, his first line is, Scotty, what's left? And he's like, and what's interesting is Scotty says, just the Energize, or just the battery, sir. And at one other point, he says, can you give me phaser power? And I love this. Scotty says, a few shots. And then Spock quickly says, not enough against their shields. What's cool is they told you up front that the Enterprise has enough power to fire a couple shots. And that becomes critical in the next few minutes. But they did, in the dialogue and the tactical reality of this battle, they've given you that information.
You've got a couple of shots, but you've got to get the shields down.
Right. A few shots, sir. And then Spock helps you forget the line because he's like, not enough against their shields. Right. Not enough against their shields. We don't have anything. And then I love the part where Uhura says, sir, the commander of the Reliant wishes to discuss terms of our surrender. And there's this like music. It's very ominous and like dark, and it's a loss. This is a big L. This is not the Reliant, who's supposed to be our friend. They just opened fire. Now they want us to surrender. And I don't know if we've ever really seen that out of Star Trek before, have we? Where the crew's using the military dialogue, the diatribe, discuss terms of your surrender. Because that's an actual thing. And they even say later, surrender or prepare to be boarded. These are very nautical terms.
And when you turn and you see when the commander is Khan, and everything's contrasting there, why exactly do red lights come on? Like you could use other lights too, but
the emergency lights.
And the director was talking about in the director's commentary, when stuff is falling down, that he wanted to do more of that. He wanted to actually show more of the destruction of the ship. But that he wasn't able to do that just because of budgetary reasons. But he thinks that he kind of got it across, because he said he made the analogy that when they're hit and like wires fall down, he's like, that happens a lot. They'll hit and that show you see like a gigantic like spool of wires that comes falling down. He was saying that's supposed to be the ship's rigging, because if this were a Napoleonic ship, like if they were in the Napoleonic Navy, like on wooden ships, sailing ships, like when cannonballs are blowing up and those kinds of movies, what do you see falling down? Like the ship's rigging.
Yeah. Okay. So that was an homage?
Yeah. So what do you see when the Enterprise hits? Like wires falling down.
And okay. So
like the ship's rigging.
That cues you in on this being a naval attack.
Let's see. So there was the U.S. The Chrono says the military uses red lights. Look it up, but there's a reason I can't remember it. There's several things I would say about this. I realize we'll talk about this again in Star Trek 4, but I noticed that in Star Trek 2, the red lights might be a callback to submarine combat. There's a lot of reference to submarine combat.
Right.
There's a similar effect in Hunt for Red October. Oh, okay.
Submarines, I've seen the red lighting system. It might be a silent way to clue in the crew the status. So without making any noise underwater, if the lights turn red, it's red alert. So you've made zero noise, and the crew knows that this is dangerous. I think this is a great comment.
Piano TM, I need to watch this again specifically. Piano TM says, note, this would be really important with 3 exclamation points in all capital letters. Scotty says the main Energizer has been hit, which anyone watching the movie will remember was the death knell in the Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah, they struck a something mine, and their main Energizer's out.
No, I didn't remember that. Man, I'm going to watch it.
I didn't either. I knew the first part. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, the red light. Yeah, I think it cues us in, similar to what you're saying about like the rigging falling. It cues us into a military DEFCON 1. You know,
right. It's clearly theatrical. I mean, why there's a very theatrical element to
but it's grounded in reality.
Yeah. But what I know, but okay, what I was going to say, we're going to bring this up again when we get to Star Trek 4. But I did notice that there's a certain part of the Star Trek universe that you just accept, even if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That you just accept is there. So Kirk actually calls for this, and I was talking about this in terms of Star Trek 4, but he does it here. The lights go out, and Kirk calls for emergency lights.
Emergency lights.
Emergency lights. And I'm thinking, if the lights go out, they should just, first of all, the computer should just turn on some emergency lights. Like the computer should be monitoring that. Or you would just have a standing order. It's like, hey, you're the guy by the emergency light switch. In the event that this command center all of a sudden goes dark, just hit the emergency light switch. Is there really a need for the captain to go, emergency lights? Like, right, emergency lights. Let me turn.
Can you imagine someone they're at their post, they're like, oh, let me try. What?
No, I haven't heard the order yet. We just sit here in the dark. Okay, emergency lights. Right, emergency lights.
Emergency lights.
And the emergency lights are going to be really dramatic when they come on. That they're going to be very theatrical, and very dramatic when they come on.
Well, so there's Khan on the big screen, and Kirk identifies him. He stands up and he's mystified. He's like, Khan, and Khan, you still remember, Admiral. And he's flattered by that. And of course he says, I'm going to destroy you. No questions there. But I wanted you to know that it was me, that it was I who defeated you. And Kirk obviously is like, well, spare my crew. And then this is where the secondary, and I think this may have been why the writer came up with the Genesis torpedo. Because why else wouldn't Khan kill Kirk right now? So structurally speaking, Khan needed a second motive. And the Genesis torpedo actually provides it. So then he's like, in addition to yourself, hand over all data and material regarding the project Genesis. And Kirk has a terrible bluff. Genesis, what's that? And Khan's not buying it. So he's
don't insult my intelligence.
Yeah, don't. I know you know. So he basically says, in addition to yourself, I want Genesis. So the Genesis torpedo, love it or hate it, was a necessary function in the story because it gives Khan a second motivation. Otherwise, he would just destroy Kirk right now. You'd have to come up with a whole different way for them to get out of all this. But so this buys Kirk a chance. And Spock says, at least we know he doesn't have Genesis. So now Kirk has a card to play. There's something Khan wants that I'm going to try to deny him. So this is where you get a little bit of the chess game. And I love how Kirk hacks into the Reliance mainframe with the prefix code.
Mm-hmm.
Love that because it's something that Khan wouldn't know. And I even love that Spock says maybe he'll know.
It brings out the possibility that it won't work. This might not work. Right.
Yeah. He's quite intelligent. He could have changed the prefix code. So it even scares us with the idea that this guy is the kind of guy who's smart enough to possibly have anticipated this move. But it's also the kind of move that I think we can accept as viewers is something that someone experienced in Starfleet would definitely know, and someone who's not may not or shouldn't know. So it's a good tactical maneuver for Kirk to play right here. I love this.
Yeah, Piano TM says on that subject, it's one of the few scenarios where the villain not just killing the hero actually makes sense.
Yes.
Revenge. Killing him isn't enough. Kirk has to be afraid. He has to be powerless. He has to suffer. And there's this Genesis torpedo that's right there as well. I completely agree. I completely agree with that.
100%. 100%. And the acquisition of this torpedo and what he's going to do with it continues to play a role through this story. In fact, and we can get to it later, Khan at one point abandons his revenge because he's like, I'll just leave Kirk behind in the center of a dead planet. So Khan moves on. He's prepared to go do something else beyond Kirk, apparently with this Genesis torpedo. So this really does introduce another layer to Khan that would not have been there, I think, in the hands of an inferior writer.
This is also, though, it's working completely from the story perspective. So the story perspective is hitting right now. This is one of the situations where also from what you're actually seeing on screen does not make any sense. But you forgive it because the story perspective, because it does make sense that you got this code to get into the computer system, but yet the code to get into the Reliant computer system is only like 4 numbers long.
I think it's the number on the Reliant, isn't it? Isn't it like the? Oh, no, surely the Reliant is 1804 or something, right?
Yeah, we should check that. I don't think that it was the Reliance.
Okay, because number. I don't know why that popped in my head. For some reason, I thought that, but it's not because it's.
But it's still a very short number sequence that you're like, computers today would be able to hack your if that's your password to your Starship. Our computers today could hack your Starship. So you would expect, but it has to be that way because they have to call it out. They can't call out, this like 20,000 digit, hexadecimal.
Exactly. That's true.
Something like that.
That's totally true.
It works from the story perspective, but you've got to gloss over that you're like, wait a minute, that's the code to hack into the Reliant. Like
163
16349 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's great. I love it too because Kirk knows he's about to get the upper hand on Khan. And I like how he's like, Khan. And I love this because this is not wasted dialogue. Kirk knows in wrestling, he's about to do a reversal, right? He's about to flip and he's about to do the reversal. So he sets up Khan. He's like, Khan, how do we know you'll keep your word? And Khan's like, I've given you no word to keep. In my judgment, you simply have no alternative, which reveals that Khan is not trying to act honorably here, which helps to justify the reversal Kirk is about to do. So he let the whole crew hear that, remember, guys, there's no assurance from this guy. So then, of course, I love Shatner's acting in this. He's like, okay, here it comes. He's really smug about it.
Well, not to always be going back to that, but the director's commentary.
Yeah.
He said that Myers said that he had to do take after take after take with Shatner.
Really?
And that Shatner was always best in the later takes. Because when Shatner would come on and play, his first instinct would be all bravado, right? That's whatever. And he said they did that scene where he said, here it comes, over and over and over again. Because Shatner would say, here it comes, or something. Over the and he was trying to explain to Shatner, the director was that, like, you're talking to a very intelligent foe. If you say it like that, he's going to know something's up. And so Meyer said that he would intentionally run Shatner through take after take after take, because eventually Shatner would get bored with what he was doing. And when he got bored with what he was doing, Meyer's words were he would stop acting and he would just start being.
Well, Myers
nailed it. God knows what of that line.
Well, I think he nailed it because the way Kirk delivers the line is smug. And to your point, still subdued. You know, he's not giving away his hand here. He's not revealing he's up to something too much. And I love it because Sulu enters the code, and then you see, and by the way, I think it's hysterical that their clue for shields being up are dots around a ship. But
that became iconic shields to me as a kid.
Oh.
that the asterisks, you know, it's like basically like asterisks or something that flow around the shield or something, like shields up, shields are up now. That's also became really iconic Star Trek.
It did. Well, it did to me too, until one day, semi-recently, I was watching it and I was like, that's how they did that. It's like 80. It's like dot matrix printers. So they're like, oh, we'll just do dots around the ship.
And did the shields really form like in a line around the ship like that? Is that really?
I always like Star Trek 6 where they show like some energy field popping out from the hull. That was a cool shield. But
and there's actually just one switch. Like I think on the Reliance, shields up, and the guy, like, you can see him like hit one switch, and then the asterisk starts. All right, shields are up. All right.
Yeah, you know, if it's that easy, like as a dad, like I could picture my kids. Oh, I want to raise the shields. If it's one button. So I love this, by the way. So the shields start to drop. Joaquin is like, sure, sir, you know, our shields are dropping, and Khan's like, well, raise them. It's like, I can't. And I love the camera shot. It's another where the camera pans like, oh yeah, over the console. It reminds me of that scene out of the elevator where it's a point of view shot from the captain where it's like, welcome aboard the Enterprise. This is another one where it captures the sense of panic going on in Khan's head. He's looking for something. And that's a hard thing to capture on a starship, I think. So I think the camera angle really got us there. And the music is good. And then I love Kirk. Fire. He's real cool and collected about it because he knows he's got him. So of course
you get those few phaser blasts, and it's
a few shots, sir. So he fires those few shots, hits the Reliant. And one scene that I never appreciated as a kid, and now when I see it, I realize the gravity of what it is. The ships almost collide. The Reliant is gliding and it just barely misses the Enterprise. If that hit, everyone's dead. Those two ships blow up in space. They're all gone. And it comes within feet of that outcome actually occurring. So, and it's very dramatic music. It's like, da-da! You know, like, so. And then Joaquin, and again, here's where Khan is being very physical. He's like, go back, re-engage, do this. I want this. And Joaquin's like, Enterprise can't escape. She's not going anywhere. We'll come back and finish her off. And the music is great again. The Reliant kind of drifts off, and it sounds like a wolf just disappearing to lick its wounds somewhere. I love it. I love everything about that surprise attack from Khan on Kirk. It's perfect. It's perfect.
It is. I completely agree. One of the most masterful scenes in science fiction.
Totally.
Or film, but science fiction for sure.
And all the visuals are great in it. It holds up perfectly. Oh, and now this is weird, but it works dramatically. Scotty going up to the bridge.
Yeah, that's really weird. Now, talking about my mother, we were talking about in Star Trek 6. There, you can work that up, but that was also something that my mother really had a problem with, and was another one of the situations where she stood up in the middle of Star Trek, and she made it clear. She was like, that wouldn't happen. There is no way he ever would have brought him up to the bridge of that ship. So I also clued in on that as far as military operation protocol. You do not bring someone dead to the command center of your ship. All right.
Well, even in Boy Scouts, you don't move a body like that. He wasn't on a stretcher. Like, you don't know if there's internal bleeding and stuff. Like, you would never just be like, all right, let's go, and then haul this guy off. And that's heavy. You would ask, the medical crew would come to you, check them before moving them, and then, obviously. So it worked for dramatic effect because everyone reacts. Well, and I think also dramatically, it tells us that Kirk got his ass kicked, and there's real human costs.
Yeah,
that we didn't see on the bridge.
It's for a movie effect, right? But
sure,
as was pointed out, there is loss because it's trying to personalize loss exactly for the movie effect. Except for it also doesn't quite do that, because in the theatrical release, the conversations that clued you in that was Scotty's nephew were deleted.
Well, does he say? Yeah, and there's a terrible line in there where he's like, "Well, if the admiral can't see it, he's blind as a Tiberian bat."
But that's in the director's cut,
right?
So it's weird because Piano TM is saying I remember talking about why Scotty was so upset about him because in the theatrical release you don't know that it's still a weird scene, but in the theatrical release, yeah, you don't know that. So all of that information got added back in the director's cut.
So in the theatrical release, it's the sense of loss of a promising young engineer.
I guess. Yeah. It's still a personal, here is the dead body. Here Kirk is being confronted with. But it did, you didn't have that information. And the director was saying on the director's commentary that he fought to keep those scenes in. That clued you into that, but that he lost that battle in the editing room. And so that's why he wanted to add it back.
I actually don't like the director's cut.
Oh, really?
I liked it when it first came out because it was really cool to see more of Star Trek 2. But some of the lines are weird, like the scene where Kirk is crawling through the tubes. You're like, oh, that's my son. Did I ever tell you that? There's some really clunky dialogue in the director's cut. So now I just like going back and watching the theatrical version. But to your point, that's pretty good information that could have been delivered. It was probably cut because the dialogue was so bad elsewhere in that scene. Yeah. So, and then Kirk goes down to sickbay, and I actually like this scene. Peter Preston asks, reaches out and grabs Kirk and says, has the word been given, Admiral? Or Captain? Does he say Admiral or Captain? But he asks if the word's been given, and Kirk lies. It's like the word's been given. Warp speed. We're out of here. We're safe. And of course, they're not. They're not safe at all. And Peter Preston is reassured that he saved the ship because he acted heroically. And I love Scotty's comments. He's like, he stayed at his post while the trainees ran. So while there was a panic, this guy stayed at his post and continued to run the engineering part of the engineering department. And then, of course, he dies. And the blood stays on Kirk's shirt for the rest of the film. But
it's a different splotch.
It does change. Yes.
Which is
it's very handprinty, and then it's kind of like more of it later.
Yeah, that sucked. If it had stayed, there was definitely a continuity error there.
Or he tried to close it or something.
Yeah. See, we could talk about that later on. I wish to me, it's a mixed bag. I always like to watch the director's cut. Sometimes they're better and sometimes they're not.
Yeah. Blade Runner is one of those, it's almost like alternative ending style. All of them are good in different ways. And what's cool about Blade Runner is depending on which version you watch, it's a different story. Technically, it's got different meaning and implications. Whereas Star Trek, they add more layers, I guess you could say. But after watching the director's cut multiple times, I stopped watching. I went back to the original. But
that's why you have an independent editor who gets the first pass. Like, all right, what needs to go in this? One that I think that you just have to watch the director's cut of is Kingdom of Heaven.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that when you're watching there are parts of you've seen the original Kingdom. You've seen Kingdom of Heaven
a long time ago. Yeah,
okay.
Orlando Bloom.
Yeah, Orlando Bloom. If you watch the theatrical cut of that movie, you're like, there are parts of that don't make any sense. Things just happen for no reason. But the director's cut in that one was the only one worth watching because it adds stuff. It's like, oh, now I understand why that happened. Like there was a whole character removed. The love interest. Yeah, what was her? Green. Eva Green. Was it Eva Green?
Eva Green.
Eva Green. Yes, she's wonderful. I really like her. But she had a son. And that whole character was removed from the theatrical cut. But the fact that she had a son who died, motivates her throughout the rest of the movie. And you're like, oh, so that's why she was making these weird decisions. So it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
What's funny is Lord of the Rings, though, I cannot watch the theatrical cut.
That's another great example. Yeah, that's another great example that
I have to watch all 4 hours of the extended edition every time. It's non-negotiable with Lord of the Rings. But with Star Trek 2, I liked it. I like seeing more of what I loved, but for the sake of what, when I sit down to like when I watched it for this, I watched the theatrical cut because that to me that moves quicker, and I think it leaves out some of the sillier dialogue.
So now we approach Regula.
Yes. Yeah. So Kirk realizes that Khan wants Genesis, so it's a logical move to go to the Regula 1 where Genesis was, and I got to tell you, I really appreciated the kind of different feel Star Trek had for here. It was almost like a horror film. They beam onto the Regula.
Yeah.
There's only 3 of them. They're wearing these different kind of winter coats.
I love those. The field jackets. It made me remember that in Star Trek 1, when they go to V'ger, they're wearing field jackets. They're wearing those like tan field jackets. They're not nearly as cool, but they were wearing field jackets.
You're right.
Yeah. And now they're wearing the cool version of field jackets. Yeah, I would love to have one of these field jackets too. They beam on wearing the field jackets.
In the main movie poster, the yellow and orange one and everything, Kirk and that's what they're wearing. They're wearing those.
And Kirk has the collar like way up high on his.
It's way up there, man. But it's cool because it is kind of there isn't a little bit of an iconic look for him in that field jacket, which has stuck around. But I love it. They're moving about Regula. It's abandoned. James Horner's music, which is a little reminiscent of Aliens, actually has the echoing sounds. And there's Uhura talking in silence on monitors.
And she's on the yeah.
It's very spooky. And it's a different tone for Star Trek. And of course, like a horror film, they do the close-up of Bones staring at the mouse and then turn into something with a loud noise. And it's a jump scare, which is, Star Trek doesn't normally do these things. That's a horror film trope. And it's pretty horrific. These guys are their throats are slit. They're hanging up. Khan murdered these people pretty ruthlessly. And they don't show it in the film. They actually skip over that.
See, that's another thing they skipped over. This is a really important thing. When you would see Khan at his most brutal and outrageous and whatever, they don't put that on film.
Right.
Which they would not do today.
Right. Yeah, you would have a 3-hour version of this movie, and it, who knows. But yeah, so this is a pretty brutal ransacking of this science base. Very brutal murders. And he leaves behind Chekhov and Terrell. So he leaves behind spies. And I love what happens on Kirk goes down and finds the transporter room. And this is functionality. He's like, it's still on, which means nobody was left behind to turn it off. So if you and me are making an escape and I set it for a timer and I run onto the transport, there's no one there left behind and we all transport somewhere else. And then Savick goes, this doesn't make sense. Like, these coordinates are in the middle of the planet. And then this was set up in the video that Kirk watched with Carol Marcus, where she said the phase 2 is going to be underground. So Kirk puts together that even though it looks like the coordinates don't make sense, phase 2 would be subterranean. That would make those coordinates make sense. So he predicts that they beamed into the planet. And I love Bones. Well, what if they didn't? What if they went nowhere? And he's like, well, this will be a good chance to get away from it. Very dismissive.
I love that line. And what makes it even better is that after he says, well, this will be your big chance to get away from it all, McCoy just kind of like soldiers on and stands there ready to go wherever this is going to go.
Yeah, he gives Kirk a pretty great thinking, Kirk. Like, he's pretty irritated. But it all makes sense. And I love the thinking that was put out for how Khan didn't catch this, but Kirk did. He had that clue that phase 2 would be subterranean. So Khan wouldn't risk beaming into the middle of a planet, but Kirk would because he knew. And of course, he guesses correct. They beam into the base where he's immediately attacked by a couple scientists. And in pure William Shatner fashion, he beats up his son.
You had the fist fight.
Yeah, the fist fight. And one of the guys gets zapped. Half Vulcan, half Rom. Yeah, I
remember that. I remember reading that someplace. I had forgotten about that piano TM, but I remember reading that someplace that that was supposed to be half Romulan at one point, but it was it's never said.
Well, they might as well. Can't hurt to try, right?
Let me before we go on to being under there. Let me give you one weird costuming thing that I noticed regarding the field jackets, which again I love.
Yeah,
because I just happened to freeze frame because I've been reading through here because on their patch, like I'm looking at McCoy and he's got it on his left arm up here. There's a rather strange patch that makes it Earth centric.
Yeah, with the solar system.
It's the Earth solar system that is on their field jacket patches, and I think that's really it's like back to the Earth centric kind of thing. It's not a United Federation thing; it's the Earth solar system that's on there.
Yeah, that's true. That would say that our solar system is where we. Well, they hit on that in Star Trek VI, where she's like inalienable rights. The Federation's a Homo sapiens only club, so they touch on that a little bit in Star Trek VI, which is interesting.
But yeah, so they beam down inside and they find all the scientists.
So Khan was right not to beam into the middle of the planet because you could kill yourself doing that, but he left spies behind. The spies did beam to the middle of the planet, and so Khan's plan pays dividends. And this is where it's revealed that Captain Terrell, and Chekhov are spies. And it's interesting that Chekhov apologizes. I'm sorry, Captain. I know I shouldn't, but, I got this thing in my head. I can't help it. And this was an interesting segment because Khan beams up Genesis here. Okay, so he gets the Genesis torpedo. That's pretty big. And then Kirk tries to bait him down into the base. He's like, if you want to get me, Khan, you gotta come down here. And Khan this time doesn't take the bait. He's like, I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And it's interesting. I'm gonna leave you as you left me and her, his wife, in the center of a dead planet, buried alive. And Khan relishes this famously. And then you get the famous scene where Kirk, Khan, where he's screaming Khan's name and it like echoes in space. It's so angry. And even as a kid, I always got a kick of William, his head shaking, he's screaming. As an older person, though, now, he's lying. He's faking his rage because he knows he's going to have the Starship Enterprise return because he spoke in coded messages.
Right.
So if you understand that, he goes, return in 2 days, and if no one's here, go find the nearest starbase, blah, blah, blah. So when him and Spock talked and Khan was monitoring their communications, they went by the book, which is their clue that we're going to talk in code. So they swapped the word days for hours and hours for days.
Right.
And so once that has been established, Kirk knows that in 2 hours, the Enterprise is going to be back. He knows that. So he knows that they'll be okay. Kirk and Spock are the only ones who know that. So when Khan says you're going to be buried alive and Kirk is like, Khan, he's faking it. He's faking it. He knows he's going to be rescued by the Enterprise, but he needs to convince Khan that he's outraged and hopeless. So he gives this performance of being mad. And Khan, it's music to his ears, the way Khan hears it, the way Ricardo plays. He's like, yeah, like he loves it. He's like fully savoring it. But it's an act that Kirk is giving. He's selling his anger to Khan in that scene. So it's funny that I didn't know that as a kid, but I knew that I figured that out at some point as an adult. And now, as funny as the scene is, as iconic as it has become, I appreciate it now because I realize what Kirk is doing in that scene.
From the prop perspective, we have a return to the flip up communicators, which were absent from Star Trek 1.
Oh yeah, they had like wrist things, right?
Yeah, they had wrist communicators in Star Trek 1, and Terrell has a wrist communicator in this, so that wrist communicators didn't vanish. So they were still like Terrell was communicating to Khan on a wrist communicator.
It's like an iPhone versus a Galaxy.
Yeah, but apparently the flip up communicator is so iconic and it was lost in Star Trek 1. It got brought back here. You got to pull out. I mean, what's more iconic than flipping out your communicator and flip? I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, even Ace Ventura adds that in Pet Detective when he impersonates Kirk.
Right. That has to be something that you do.
So Khan, this is interesting to me, leaves Kirk behind. He's leaving him buried alive. Kirk tells him that he's sufficiently outraged that there's no hope of escape. And Khan has the Genesis torpedo. So a lot happened in that small period of time. And of course, this is actually a pretty important part of the movie because we learn a massive amount about Kirk's backstory. He's got a son. His son is working with Kirk's like ex, Carol Marcus. We find out that Carol Marcus didn't tell Kirk about his son. And Kirk is a little upset by this, and he questions her about it, and she defends her decision.
Well, apparently he knew because he said, "I stayed away. I did what you wanted. I stayed away."
Well, but I don't think she told him that she was pregnant.
Oh, really? Oh, really? You don't think that was she was? You think that was directed at staying away from her?
Well, because he goes, "You could have told me." Is his next line.
Oh,
which I think is referring to you could have told me you were pregnant.
Oh,
and she says, how could you ask me that? I wanted him in my world. I had my world. You had yours. She defends herself on her decision to basically choose to leave Kirk and raise David in secret. Wait, well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me think about this. He asks, is that David? You might be right. Because he asks, is that David? Doesn't he after he punches him? They get into the fist fight.
He does say something like David or something like that.
Well, he punches him, and then he's Carol Marcus is like, Jim, and he stops. And Kirk's next question is that David? So Kirk must have figured it. So Kirk must have known about David. She must have ran off while pregnant, and
I'm punching up the script
and raised David on her. Oh yeah. Kirk knew about David. Yeah, because he asks, "Is that David?" So, but obviously Kirk chose Starfleet over Parenthood, and Carol decided to raise David on her own. What's very interesting, again, to bring up Picard season 3, there's a very similar scenario with Picard. So, anyway, you got to watch Picard season 3. There's so many things that are perfect about it. But in this one, yeah. So Kirk is now having a reckoning with his past while being trapped in this base. So from a writing standpoint, this is great. Because how do you make this interesting? Well, he's with his ex and his the child he abandoned, who's a male and doesn't like him too much. David makes several comments that he doesn't like Kirk early on. The overgrown Boy Scout, I think he
right. The overgrown Boy Scout you used to date, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's a lot of animosity here, and Kirk and Carol have a very grown up, mature back and forth here without it getting too uncivil. It never gets uncivil. And then what's interesting is Carol Marcus decides to change the subject. And it goes back to the theme of aging, where she's like, you want to feel young, like when the world was new? And she shows him the second phase of Genesis, which is the Genesis cave. Which if there's one special effect that maybe doesn't hold up that well, it would be that far shot of the Genesis cave.
That's what people are talking about here in the comments too. That we didn't quite get to it yet, but yeah, I've seen comments here that okay, so I think I immediately think of that when you see that and you see this like the bright sun. I'm like, what is that? Like, what is making that? What is generating that light inside that cave? So I agree with that. It doesn't work. And Meyer was saying that is his most disappointing part of the film as well.
Oh, okay.
But he also knew that didn't work, and it was entirely a budgetary thing. He's like, of all the things that we've got in this movie, this scene doesn't sell it. And had we had more money, we would have been able to go out to actually film that on a location with all kinds of vegetation and stuff like that. But they weren't able to do that. So yeah, we get the matte paintings. We get the not very convincing foliage that they're around in. It's
and there's like
it doesn't work.
the mouth of the tunnel is almost like soldered into a mountain. It doesn't even look like it's really there.
Yeah. So that's definitely doesn't work.
But it's a cool idea, poorly executed in this case. I like the idea that they messed with Genesis on a small level and it created some sort of terrain or something that you could live off of. Definitely could have been done better, but conceptually, I still like the idea of it.
It's working conceptually. That's one of the things. From the story perspective, we still got it. It's still working. It just happens to be some dated kind of effects and makes us wonder things. Oh, Sable Phoenix says the histrionics that character engage in regularly nowadays is just a sign of the immaturity of writers.
Totally.
Oh, when you're talking about the calmness and adult relationship or adult discussion.
Yes.
All other weaknesses, at least in this film, is adult. All other weaknesses, at least this film, is adult.
There's a great video by the Critical Drinker, and he talks about this, and he actually uses Star Trek 2 and J.J. Abrams' Star Trek 2009 to juxtapose. And they show Kirk and Spock and them being insubordinate. And they're acting like kids. And like you said, the Kobayashi Maru, he's eating an apple and, totally not taking it seriously. Juxtapose that with Kirk, how he always tries to hold his composure, even in the end during the death of Spock, even during the eulogy of Spock, where his face is twitching. There's so much more impact to me as a viewer seeing Kirk try to hold it together and just fail a little. Just a few face muscles are betraying this awful grief he's feeling. I love that. I can relate to Kirk. Everyone, and he's a commander of a starship. He can't just lose control of himself here. He's got to hold it together. I always think of Star Trek 3 when they kill David. Kirk falls out of his chair, and it's totally graceless and humiliating, and it's not commanding at all, and he's kind of stunned. And then they cut back, and Kirk's like, Bones is trying to say something. Kirk moves him away. A second later, Kirk turns around. All right, rest of you come with me. He's still the captain. He's got a job to do, and he has to hold it together. And I appreciate the masculine, adult, commanding persona that this movie has. I really appreciate it, and I really miss it in a lot of modern films. And Sable Phoenix is exactly correct. I can't stand a lot of modern writers and their substitution for drama with emotion. It's awful. It's a massive downgrade, and it doesn't have the staying power, nor does it model the kind of behavior that you as a viewer would ever want. I never told myself I wish I was more like Kirk from 2009. I hope I'm more like Kirk from 1982 or
Right. Yeah. You're right. You're talking about someone to emulate or to model. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Like I want a guy who's taking his job seriously, who, even though he's feeling emotions, we never doubt that he's not feeling them. We know he's trying to hold it together, and that struggle is just as moving to a viewer as it is timeless and memorable.
Yes,
exactly.
Emotion for drama.
Totally.
It's kind of you hear show don't tell, but on the other hand, this is kind of a situation that's opposite. That like you can just show somebody being enraged and emotional and all of that, but it might be better to convey that in other ways.
I think show don't tell, or is for novel writers in a sense where you have to you don't want to dump too much exposition into the writing.
Well,
but with cinema, where it's a visual medium, I think showing, and what's funny is now that you say that, a lot of modern films tell in a movie.
In a movie, right? Well, that's what I was thinking of, because you're right. It can reference, it means certain things in novels, but when you're talking about a movie, it's supposed to be a visual medium.
Totally.
So I've thought about don't have somebody say something in dialogue if you're watching a movie.
Right. Well,
something that you could show them on the screen.
Yeah. And Kirk is great in this on those levels, and he shows some regret with David. And this is a plot line. This is not a throwaway scene for dramatic effect. The author knows to come back to David and Kirk later. Which and I want to point this out. This scene has one of my favorites because the writer does something in this scene. Yeah, it is. It's an original film role, but it's also in novel writing. I've been in many in classes for novelists, and a lot of novelists get bogged down where they have these blocks and blocks and blocks of exposition where the author's telling you all about the world and and this is how this works. And the rule there also is show us in the character interactions. Don't just dump. It's called an information dump. Don't do an information dump and just tell us how this all works. Show it. Let us learn through watching the scene and the characters. But film, it's a lot, film, it's a visual medium. This is the perfect opportunity to show, not tell. So there's a scene in the Genesis cave that I absolutely love because there's a dual message that one is funny and fun, and the other is a time bomb which goes off later in the film. And the scene is Kirk's eating an apple or something in the Genesis cave.
Right.
And Saavik goes, the Kobayashi Maru test. I would really like to know how you did. And it's a very bravado style scene. You're looking at the only cadet who ever beat the Kobayashi Maru. And they're like, how? And David knows the story, probably from Carol. It's like, he cheated. He reprogrammed the computer to save the ship. And Kirk starts smirking a little bit, like he got away with it again in his mind. And he's like, yeah, I got accommodations for original thinking. And the moment is there to convey, and this reveals a ton of Kirk's personality and character. This is who he is. He finds a way. That's Kirk, right? And he's cocky. And even when he reveals that the Enterprise is there to pick him up, he's like, I don't like to lose. And he takes the bite of the apple, like he's real proud of himself. This is a great scene because it establishes so much about Kirk. However, if you fast forward to the end of the movie, when David confronts him in his chambers and he's like, Saavik was right. He's referring to this scene.
Yes.
Yes. He goes, you haven't really faced death. And Kirk concedes immediately. He goes, no, not like this. And I think this is extraordinary writing because here we go back to this bravado scene. That's really cool. I like it on the bravado level. I like it on the level that it's at in the Genesis cave. But here it simultaneously reveals one of Kirk's greatest weaknesses, that he never really faced up to a loss. He always was focused on the win to the point where he never considered losing and what it would mean to really lose something you didn't want to lose or someone. And that's genius writing. That's genius writing to have both of those levels there. So when I'm watching the Genesis cave and Kirk's delivering those lines, I can always smile and be like, that's Kirk for you. He's the guy. But then I'm like, this is going to bite him. This is an unresolved issue for this character, which we have to go back to it, but to resolve this film by the end of the movie. And it's a powerful scene at the end.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, when he opens up the communicator and he's talking to Spock. All right, bring us on board.
Right,
so you
on
realize
schedule,
your heroes are not as down as you thought they were.
Yeah, and it's a great scene because it reinforces the cocky Kirk that we just saw. And he goes, I don't like to lose. He's like, let's run, let's saddle up. Kirk won again. So it's a great moment. It shows that this guy has this other level. And Piano TM just said, Kirk cheats. That's how he survives. Survivors cheat. There's truth to that. There's resourcefulness in that, especially if lives are at stake. Do whatever you got to do. Kirk's the kind of guy that goes there and makes it happen, right? So I can appreciate him on that level, but I love how the film shows the flip side to this coin, which is if you ignore the loss, if you don't really face a no-win scenario, what happens to you when you do face it? And Kirk struggled with that, clearly, and he struggles with it in this film. So anyway, it's one of my favorite scenes. It's a small scene, but it has this dual power. There's two sides to the coin on this, and both are equally awesome. And both work. It's not like one side is right and the other side is wrong. Resourceful, cheating Kirk is good, and the Kirk that never faced death needed to be faced, and he faced it in this film.
I love when they come aboard the Enterprise. After that, they're delivering the information the audience needs to know as they're getting geared back up into their uniforms and then going through the Enterprise. I love that. By the way, just also the regular space station is the office in orbit around the Earth from Star Trek 1, flipped upside down.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh my! Really?
Yes. The space station that's not the space dock, but in Star Trek 1 that is orbiting Earth, where Kirk leaves with the shuttlecraft from.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you turn that upside down and it's ready.
Yeah, it's got those big lily pad platforms.
Yeah, and the tube thing. It's got the tube thing, but when on the office building, the tube things are up. But regular, the tube things are down.
So I could almost picture a discussion during the filming of the movie where like, we don't have anything for regular. And someone's like, yes, we do.
Look, we found this. Look, there we go.
There you go. There's regular.
I love things like that.
That's great. Well, this has one of the most, how do I want to describe it? I love it. It's like a guilty pleasure. It's so funny in some ways, but I love it. It's when the Enterprise is getting their act together and they show guys just walking down halls, carrying stuff, and they're pulling stuff up. And they show some guy come out of one hallway with something in his hand and he's walking and the music is very dramatic. It's half funny to me because I'm like, what's that guy doing? What's he doing with that? And yet I think it works. It gives us a sense of Kirk is marshaling his forces. The crew of the Enterprise has renewed confidence that they're going to re-engage and get out of this mess. And the music is great.
The music
is great.
Conveys that.
Totally. And it even shows, the Enterprise pulling away from Regula. And it's a great scene. It shows all this dramatic Kirk getting reorganized, getting ready to re-engage, and the Enterprise pulling away. And then it pans up and it goes to the Reliant, and Khan's theme kicks in to show you he's right there. And I wanted to mention this too. I love Khan's theme. He's a villain, and his theme is almost like a Red Alert klaxon. Just the theme itself is like Red Alert. Like the way the music plays is like an alarm going off. Grills off the top. That's what I'm saying. Like there's some funny stuff in it. And if you watch that scene where they're pulling the grills off and there's a guy standing at the railing and he's the only guy that doesn't know what to do. He's almost like, hope no one notices me standing here doing nothing. He's just standing. There's one guy that has no job.
I'm glad you brought this up because I really wanted to talk about this Sable Phoenix says, I love that scene, but why do they have to pull grills off the top of the photon torpedoes tubes and getting the torpedo? But Tomocrat says getting the torpedo room ready is so cool. Yes. I think it's so cool. This is one of those things another one of those things that I was talking about earlier, that sometimes you just have to accept things in the context of the Star Trek universe, even though they don't make sense. Like I was talking about earlier, just go ahead and turn on the emergency lights. Like there's a lot of things that you would automate that you would actually not do. Like there's no way that you would actually do on a starship today with today's technology, regardless, like 300 years in the future. The torpedo room is one of them, but I absolutely love it. That's one of my favorite things. They come by, the enlisted personnel have those like hooks, and they come by and pull up all of the grills, and the torpedo is coming in. That's one of the things that makes it seem so real to me. Like we got to ready the torpedo room, because it's all manual. It's not automated. It's all manual, and totally. I love that. And if I were to shoot like some type of fan film or something like that, man, Red Alert, and then cutting to the torpedo rooms with people getting the torpedoes ready to go, moving off the grills and stuff like that. Awesome. I would have that in a heartbeat.
Well, you see Starfleet extras. This is not a Kirk and Spock scene. This is all extras. All of the whole montage. You see guys coming down one hallway, and then another like three guys come in from a column and from another hallway. Everyone means business. The Enterprise has awakened. They're ready. They're bringing their A game, and the music just brings it home, man.
No, I am a huge fan of the torpedo room. Yeah, it's foregoing automation, or also in some cases it just does not exist. They didn't think of it in the 60s. Now, there's also some things about computers and what humans do, but also if you didn't think about it, that kind of carries over into it just doesn't exist then. Well, they just don't automate things.
Well, and believe it or not, the torpedo room scene sets up Spock's funeral.
Right. Yes.
So they're showing you how a torpedo is loaded. The railing is where Kirk stands and Scotty plays the bagpipe. So they're giving you a dry run of Spock's funeral in a totally different context. So when we get to Spock's funeral, we're already wired to follow what's going on. So even that scene has a dual purpose. Again, a testament to the filmmakers for being so smart about
it. Introduces you to that room, to what that is. And
the function that torpedoes get lowered. They go into that little thing, the door closes, and then you're going to shoot it out the torpedo bay. So even that had a dual role. So bravo. That's what I'm saying. Like, good movies, every time you unpack them, they're tight. And even to everyone's several people who have remarked, including you, Heath, like, even in the imperfections, don't care. The movie works. I will take it all and I will love it.
I love another thing is completely iconic, just came up as I was going through here. When you cut to that says alert and it's red and going on and the computer says alert, condition red. And then that is
true.
So classic. That is Star Trek to me.
Yeah, you're showing. It's almost like the director's like, how does a starship look on high alert? Let's have an iconic sequence that shows a Federation starship on the highest alert possible. Let's see it. And it is. It's something that inspires confidence, I think, in you as the viewer that the Enterprise isn't out of this yet. They're not out of it. And then I love the juxtaposition because as you're starting to get really confident in the Enterprise, the camera pans up and there's the Reliant and the theme kicks in, Khan's theme, and you're like, that's pretty dangerous though. So you're brought down another level to still respect the threat that exists just on the other side of the planet. That they haven't resolved it yet. And of course, this sets up one of the greatest space battles I think ever filmed. It's definitely one of my favorite Star Trek battle sequences. It's been emulated in several films, and I think it was an homage to submarine films from the old World War II movies. I don't think that's a secret. So there's
the Searchers. I don't know the Searchers, Sable Phoenix. Do you know that one?
You film buffs with Brianna. The Searchers. I think that's John Wayne, isn't it?
I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up.
I think it's John Wayne.
All right.
Is that right? Sable Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I saw it a long time ago, but I am not very well versed in that right now. Is there a scene that ties in with Star Trek 2? I'm curious. Arguably his best. Oh, I gotta watch it. The Searchers. Then. Okay.
Well, we might have to put that on the list then.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one. I bought a bunch of films and watched them a while back that were westerns or John Wayne films, some of the old American art, because I do believe, I think you've heard me mention archetypal entendres a couple times, and that means that there is a primal reality behind the imagery as well as a humanized version of that, which we recognize. And in this case, just like Star Wars uses dogfights and the orange jumpsuits, I mean, you almost have to have a World War II background or World War I to understand that. Same thing with the submarine warfare for the battle in the Mutara Nebula.
Yep. So we're headed into submarine warfare. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And by the way, these things have been ripped off from Star Trek so many times now. I'm mad when I see it, when they're like, we'll go into this cloud, so the odds are even. I'm like, really? Again? Like, didn't we do that? Like, I've seen it, like even Star Wars used it in the Clone Wars. And like, it's so overused that now when I watch Star Trek 2, I sit back and I'm like, here's the original. Here's the original. We're going to even the odds. And Spock's line is great. Sauce for the goose, Mr. Savick. The odds will be even. I love that. Kirk's going to make a run for the Mutara Nebula. He's, shields and screens will be useless. And, but it'll affect both ships equally. It'll even the odds. This is great.
My only real critique of the movie on the story structure side of things is that I wish that the nebula had been brought up before.
That's true. I agree with you on that.
Because it's dropped in right here. There is the Mutara Nebula. So I wish that 30 minutes before, whatever, when they're like talking some kind of tactical situation around or the Regula space station. Oh, that's by the Matara Nebula or something. They should have dropped that earlier.
What they should have said is, why don't they test it on, the whole planet of Regula? And he should have said, it's dangerous because the blast of the Genesis torpedo might pull the nebula in too, because the Mutara Nebula is what turns into the planet Genesis.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of weird that, yes, the Reliant and the nebula itself.
So they should have had a line saying that the nebula could be caught in the Genesis wave and possibly ruin the experiment if it were tested on a vast rock in space. A, that would tell us it's there, and B, that it can be used in the Genesis wave. But
I agree.
Structurally, I think you're right. It would have been better to have introduced the Mutara Nebula before. Oh my God, we're screwed. No, we're not.
There's the nebula. That's a little bit too convenient. And it surprises me they didn't catch that, because it's not like something that was in the director's cut that got taken out or something like that. It just seems like it was never there.
And they've been so careful to set up every little thing elsewhere. So yeah, this was one thing they decided they did not need it, apparently. But so Kirk makes a run, and I love Khan in this too. He literally leaps out of his seat. There she is. And he's like, and he realized that Kirk kind of played him a little bit, and he's like, oh, okay, so you're okay, Kirk, you son of a bitch. So he's happy in this scene. He's admiring Kirk for duping him, and yet happy that he gets another shot at Kirk. So it's a very interesting emotion out of Khan here. He's not angry. He didn't punch some, he's not like, what the hell? He was proud of Kirk and so excited for another shot at him. I just love that. That's an unusual way to play a villain.
It's when you realize that, oh, this person's worthy. Oh, because he is kind of shocked when he hears Kirk on board the Enterprise. Like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh yeah, and that's the line that everybody loves, where Joaquin goes, you can't follow him into the nebula. His shields would be useless, and Khan kind of concedes. He nods, and then Reliant is slowing down, and there's a line in the director's cut that I'm glad got cut out. He's like, oh, let me tell you about the human ego or something like that. But Kirk is great in this. He's like, patch me in. Hey, Khan, you ready for a rematch, buddy?
Right.
And then,
that's what I was talking about.
He's like, I'm laughing at the superior intellect. And Khan is like, can't control himself, full impulse power. And I love it that Joaquin, as a foil here no, sir. He totally disobeys. And he's like, you have everything you want. And Khan gets physical and throws him to the side, fires it up. And my one thing is Kirk, his reaction to this is so underwhelming. He's like, oh no, the part that the Reliant shoots a torpedo at him and it almost hits him. And Kirk's like, they just don't want us going in there. I'm like, Kirk, he almost took you out. That was a serious threat.
Yeah, because it's never exactly, it sort of sounds like it might have been a warning shot, but they wouldn't know.
Awfully close.
It was awfully close. Yeah.
Yeah. So Khan obviously reverses and goes right after Kirk. And I love the Mutara Nebula battle. I'm not going to lie. If I've had a couple drinks and it's 2:00 in the morning, I'm not ready to go to bed, I'll put on Star Trek 2 and watch the Battle of the Mutara Nebula. I love it. It's such a great scenario. And I love the ships, and the visual images have aged very well, I think.
I think so too.
So, and even the darkness, the way they dive into the clouds, and it's the lights of the ship take on more of a gleam. And it's all perfectly tactical, and I could follow it tactically. So Kirk goes in, the Reliant comes in behind him. Kirk circles around on a two-dimensional plane behind the Reliant, and Kirk, looks sharp. We get one look, and Sulu opens fire, and he hits the Reliant. Does he hit it or he miss? He misses here, right?
I think he misses first, right? Yeah, they were in a little lock and they miss. Yeah,
and then Khan fires an aft torpedo, and his shot's wildly off. So they kind of exchange blows, and no one draws any blood here.
They're not shooting crazy. I mean, you'd like. I mean, I'm often critical about Star Trek battles because I would want to see more phaser fire and more stuff. Like when you open fire, I'm often critical on that. I want to see more of it. But here is an example where you don't have the whole battles. You don't have a lot of fire. You just have a few blasts from each one, and I'm sure that's a cost thing too. But every one of them is significant, and so you follow everything going on. It's not like you just have machine gun fire everywhere. That's
right, and that scarcity leads you to believe, a glancing blow like that or a miss that counts. Like, you missed. Like that was a big miss. And what's interesting, and I love this sequence. So Enterprise shoots and misses, Khan shoots and misses. But if you follow it, they're on a two-dimensional plane going right behind each other. Khan turns his ship around and is coming at Kirk. And I love the film work. It shows you that Khan's coming at Kirk and then cuts to a rather blasé Enterprise bridge. They're just kind of watching the screens.
The flickering screen.
Yeah, and he's like, hold your course. Let's see what happens. And then it's beautiful. The screen turns red. The music hits. Kirk is alarmed. And he's like, phaser starboard. He freaks out. Khan shoots and just drills the Enterprise. And one of my favorite Star Trek moments of all, the starboard phasers. The Enterprise turns and then shoots sideways and nails the Reliant. It's like exchanging broadsides,
which is
in an old
exactly. And that's what I love. Like, if I hate the more modern, like, starship battle is like fish in a fish tank going everywhere.
Yeah.
I hate that. I like the Star Trek battles to be like
capital ships,
the capital ships, broadsides. It's like, the Napoleonic ships, the line, the sailing ships. That's my model for Star Trek completely. And that's what this is.
And it's great. They both exchange. This time, both hit, and both blows are pretty devastating to both ships. It kills a lot of Khan's crew at that point. The bridge is a wreck. Kirk took it on the chin again on a ship that's already heavily damaged. And then writing genius. I just said, like, you could follow tactically the two-dimensional moves that each ship made for the first couple rounds of exchanges. Spock kicks in with, his patterns indicate two-dimensional thinking, which is exactly correct based on the opening rounds. Kirk, and this is great because it shows Spock doesn't tell him what to do. He just tells the captain what he's identified as a pattern, and then the captain takes that information and immediately puts it into use, which I love for Kirk. He's like, take us down, 3,000 kilometers or whatever it is. So Kirk goes 3D, drops, and Khan, knowing Kirk is behind him, circles back around. And he's looking for him. I think he's like looking for Kirk as he's circling on a two-dimensional plane looking for Kirk. And then the Enterprise pops up behind him in a three-dimensional move. And it's great. They hit him with a 1-2 blow. Sulu hits him with the phasers and damages the torpedo bay of the Reliant. Chekhov fires the photon and blows off the warp drive, or one of the
nacelles. Yeah.
One of the nacelles.
I love that. Yeah.
It's great. And one of the details that I love is that dent in the Reliant that's blazing orange from the heat.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a damaged part. It's just orange and it's hot.
And also the flickering of the torn off nacelle. I also like as well.
So awesome. It just looks like, and it's a kill shot. The Reliant is effectively neutralized as a starship and cannot fire back. We saw the torpedo bay get blown up, so it can't respond there. The crew is pretty much dead, and now it can't move. It's wounded. Khan should be out, right? And then Kirk is like, surrender or prepare to be boarded. But as we know, Khan is going to play his last card. He's going to detonate the Genesis torpedo. Yeah.
Yeah. They also, so here's something else that you could have prepped beforehand, but this one I'm more forgiving of. because when the Genesis wave goes off and Spock is reading it, okay, it's the Genesis, and David runs in and says it's the Genesis wave.
They're on a build up to countdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on a build up to detonation.
Yeah. Kirk says we'll beam aboard to stop it. And David, so at least there was the idea that that's one thing you could have done.
Yeah, they had addressed it.
Yeah, but he says you can't. Again, you might have set that up earlier in the film too. But I think that one's more forgivable. So I'm going with that. He just says you can't.
I'm with you. It shows that the writers at least were, like, to your point, that we're aware that this is a viable strategy to beam aboard and try to stop it.
Yeah.
And then David's like, you can't stop the Genesis wave once it's been started. And this is a pretty important part, I think, because so Kirk's getting ready to board and this is dangerous. You're going to board the Reliant and take control of the vessel.
And it's only like 3 minutes or 4 minutes, something like that, to count down. I mean,
right. So there's a 3-minute countdown. And suddenly you see Kirk realize that the danger that the whole crew is in. And I love it because he's like, Scotty, I need warp speed in 3 minutes. We're all dead. And you see the Enterprise pulling back, which is a great visual shot. You see the wounded Reliant passing by and the Enterprise starting to back away. And then it cuts to Khan, who's like, no, you can't get away. Like, I got you. Like, I'm going down, but I'm taking you with me is basically what he's saying. He's quoting Moby Dick. He's loving every minute of it. And the Enterprise, there's something about the Enterprise in retreat that always strikes me as serious. Like, the Enterprise is getting the hell out of there. Like, this is, it stresses the danger that they're in. And this is when Spock, I think, makes the decision, right? Is that when he makes it?
Yes, I think so. I was going to also say that the way that Khan looks here, when he's blown apart with the side of his face, when he starts the Genesis device, that sticks with me as a kid.
Yeah, it's like Harvey Two-Face, like he's burnt on one side.
Yeah, that was like young Heath found that gross, like, oh my God.
It's pretty grotesque. And the thing, what bothered me as a kid was his mangled arm.
I know, me too. He's got his arm up that's like, like constricted and
it doesn't look right. Yeah, his arm's obviously crushed and his fingers are broken and he's kind of like one-handedly moving through. He's the physical prowess that he had is also taken from him in these scenes. And you're right. It is a pretty memorable, grotesque image of someone who's been mortally wounded or severely wounded and burned. And I think this is the moment where Spock makes his decision.
So I'm watching those. Then Spock starts going down to engineering. Right. Yes.
Right. And it's a beautiful scene. Spock just turns, thinks, and makes the call. And I think I made the point last week that it's similar, it's reminiscent of his decision in Star Trek 1 to go down into engineering, nerve pinch somebody, and go off in what would probably be a one-way ticket for him to explore V'ger. He just got lucky that he got blown back and Kirk caught him through the aperture. But in this one, much more serious. The whole place is flooded with radiation. He nerve pinches McCoy.
Right.
And Heath, I'm sure you've heard this, but they just threw in that whole remember thing. It was random.
On the director's cut, it was saying that was an insert shot. That once the studio started getting nervous, they might want Spock back.
Right.
That was an insert shot that was done later for
just in case. Exactly.
Just in case. Yeah.
But it's pretty fortunate that they had that thought and pickup shot because it obviously becomes absolutely critical to Star Trek 3. But they did it. It's the continuity is there. They got it in there.
Continuity was there. It does make me wonder very much what the rate of bandwidth transferal. What's the bandwidth rate of a Vulcan mind meld? Because how long did he say? Remember, and yet in that amount of time, he's able to download his entire brain into McCoy. So
it's
those
like
Vulcan mind melds, they have some serious data transfer rate. Let me tell you,
it's like an airdrop from an iPhone,
like super high speed.
Well, but he goes in and it's flooded with radiation. And it's always so weird because Spock, and I love the way Scotty's pleading, no, Spock, no. Like he's like, don't do it. Spock pulls it up and then just directly puts his face into this blast of radiation. And if there's one detail, as gruesome as this scene is, later when we see Spock, he should be hairless. That's the only thing that I had a problem with on a small nitpicky way. But he goes into this radioactive situation and completely, he's sacrificing his life in order to save the ship here. And then there's another cut. It goes back to the bridge. And it's interesting. Kirk has his legs crossed and arms folded. So it's a very defensive posture for him. And he's like distanced from Reliant. And Chekhov smirks because it's such a joke. He's like 4,000 kilometers. Like, we're nowhere near safe distance, minimum safe distance. And Sulu then says, we're not going to make it, are we? And Kirk just looks at David, and David's like, nope, we're not going to make it. And I like how composed the bridge is. You don't see people panicking and running around. They're all at their posts. They're prepared.
Great point too.
They're prepared for this inevitable detonation from the Genesis torpedo. And it's a pretty harrowing scene that they don't have what it takes to get out of this one. Kirk's run out of space, so to say. And then, of course, God, it's such a great moment in the movie. And it every time I watch it, it always, sir, the mains are back online. Bless you, Scott. And he's like, go, Sulu.
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Sulu, I love it. Sulu fumbles for the controls and goes. And then, of course, the Reliant blows up. And I love the attention to detail. The second the Reliant blows up, the purple Mutara Nebula vanishes instantly. I love that. It instantly is incorporated into the Genesis wave. And then, of course, you have those concentric rings as the Enterprise stays just ahead of the blast wave and gets away. And then on the screen, you can see the Genesis planet forming. The Genesis torpedo worked. And then, of course, this moment is interrupted when Bones is like, Jim, I think you better get down here, and I think you better hurry.
Right. Get down here. And that's when you cut to the chair.
Yes. And Kirk knows. He put it together what happened. And then, of course, this moves into probably one of the most iconic Star Trek scenes of all time. Kirk runs to engineering. He's pushing people aside.
Well,
he's not even...
Hang on, before we go to that scene, because I know we're going late here, but there at least before we get into the emotional of the scene we're about to go to.
Yes,
there are two things that people, or one thing that somebody always brings up, which is a good time to bring it up now, and then also something that I hadn't thought about until I was watching the director's commentary. That of course Kirk and Khan never meet.
Correct.
In this entire thing. So we've done it's nothing but spaceship battles, which makes sense. It's spaceship battles. It's the submarine. They were commanders, but they never actually physically meet. They never beat each other up. Now they did in Space Seed. They did physically fight in Space Seed, but they didn't here. And also what I hadn't thought about is that Khan dies thinking he won. He never.
I wish they had a reaction scene from him seeing Kirk get away.
Yeah,
but
you never sees that.
No, I would have, but I'm fine with it also being omitted for your point, which is, did Khan know did he think he won or not? Did he see Kirk get away? You don't really know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he did. I mean, you would think that
that's true.
There would be a reaction scene because that could be it. But I wonder what that would do to the film. Like, what if you cut to Khan on the bridge, like with a forward display of the Enterprise or something like that, and the Enterprise warped off, and you saw his response right before the explosion. Is that better or worse? I'm not sure.
So I think that's a great question because I initially thought it would be better to see Khan's reaction, but there have been several times where I watch the movie as it is, and I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need it. Kirk got away. But it does leave that on. The only downside is it leaves it unresolved. Did Khan know? I think it would have been satisfying to see that Khan knew he lost.
That knew he had ultimately lost. I suppose that would have been the argument.
Right.
That after all that, he knew that he was ultimately defeated.
Yeah, somehow Kirk got away.
Yeah. So we have the call. Oh, there was okay. There's actually something else that I was going to say that when right before he gets the call and says, "You got to come down here," Carol Marcus walks onto the bridge, and
to
she's
observe.
yeah. Dr. Marcus walks on the bridge, and she's wearing one of the field jackets.
Yeah.
It might be Kirk's field jacket. I kind of think that it is.
Like wearing a high school jersey or something.
Exactly. That's what it gives me the feeling of. That I just wanted to point out for that reason, that it's like when to me, it represents a reconciliation of those two, because it's
That's a
kind of
great
like,
point.
yeah, because it's kind of like when your girlfriend's like wearing her, or wearing your, if we're both guys here, when your girlfriend's wearing like your hoodie or something like that,
Yeah.
or wants to wear one of your t-shirts or something like that. That's the feeling it gives me when she walks on and she's wearing Kirk's field jacket.
That's interesting. I think that's a great point. Because there's a certain no one else does that. Like you'll never see Savick put on, it would only be there's a kind of intimacy that's implied there. I think
It implies intimacy, right? And I think some kind of reconciliation, because she's not otherwise wearing Starfleet uniform, but she comes on board wearing his.
The scientists have different uniforms. They
Right.
wear uniforms on Regula. They don't have those field jackets. You're totally right. That's
Okay.
interesting. So yeah, she comes onto the bridge, and her and David are admiring this is essentially the test detonation of their life's work. And the music is nice. It kind of reveals the magical nature of what's happening in this with this technology building a planet. But yeah, the moment is short-lived. It is short-lived because Kirk has to go face the music to the no-win scenario. And
Kirk gets the call. He goes down.
and
There is a weird
pay.
scene. It's funny to me because he is running by and he hits one of the engineers, and the engineer he reacts weird because he gets hit and he just keeps running, and it's like, oh, I'm hit, like he doesn't like stumble or try to get back into his position or something like that. It was almost like a domino that Kirk hits him and he just continues on his trajectory, and Kirk that's just kind of weird. But then Kirk comes down and sees that, and now we have probably the best death scene of a major character
ever. The death of Spock. So when I watched it the other night, it was interesting. My mom is visiting in town, and she was like, "Can I watch Star Trek 2 with you?" And I was like, "Sure, absolutely." You know how it is. It's fun to watch your favorite movies with somebody. And now my mom had seen Star Trek 2, but I didn't realize that she hadn't seen it since the 80s. So suddenly she's like, I don't remember. She's like, oh, there's Kirk. So it was like her seeing an old friend again. And this had a strange effect on me because it was like I got a chance to watch the film fresh because I was aware that my mom was loose on it, super loose. And now I get to watch it with her, knowing that this was like almost like a first time or a reacquaintance with a movie that I'm intimately familiar with. So it was, and I'll tell you, we both got emotional when this scene happened, and I've seen this scene a million times.
Yeah,
watching it fresh with my mom, it hit me again as though I were watching it for the first time, and it is really heavy, and it's heavy for a lot of reasons. And I asked myself, and I'm sure you did too, why does this scene hold such gravity? Why does this death scene work? They can't even touch each other. There's glass in between them, which you would think from a dramatic point of view would disrupt the scene. And it doesn't. In a way, it's part of the iconic scene. And one of the first things is I like that Kirk is Kirk. He's rushing in, right? And he's like, you can't just rush in. You're going to flood the whole compartment. You'll kill us all with radiation. And Kirk is still struggling. And he finally, and then Scotty.
I love the lines right there, but he'll die.
He'll die.
And Scotty goes, he's dead already. And I mean, that's line.
Well, and that's the line that calms Kirk, that brings him down a level. Because it's the first time that Kirk there's nothing he could do. If Spock's already dead, then there's nothing he can do. And so he slowly drifts into that state of mind, but approaches the glass anyway. And then almost helplessness, Spock calls his name out. And the part that always gets me, Spock stands up and adjusts his uniform.
And straightens his uniform.
That always gets me because there's a certain dignity. He's trying to maintain dignity. And a moment later, when you see his face, there's nothing dignified. He looks grotesque.
Right, because you don't see that until he turns around. When he's straightening his uniform, you don't see his face and everything
Right.
Until he turns around.
So, but he maintains his dignity in this moment. He's not dead. So we get more information that is reassuring.
Well, right, you get that he's dead already.
Right.
And then you get that's a down, but then you almost get a little bit of an up because oh no, he's not. He just stood up. He's there.
Right. And he approaches the glass, and this is where you as the viewer, like I said, I watched it the other night as though it were the first time. And suddenly you see Spock's face from behind and on the side. So it's very little, but it's severe burns. And then he bumps into the glass, which tells you he's blind. That's showing that they never say it. Right. He is blind. He's blind in that scene, and they never say it, which is showing, not telling. And the dialogue is classic. Because what's the first thing Spock asks?
The ship out of danger.
Yeah, that's what Spock cared about. That's why Spock did this. So he asks, is the ship, and even the phrasing, it wasn't, did we get warp speed? Did I get the mains back online? Is the ship out of danger? And I don't know, that phrasing is the most primal phrasing for what he was trying, is the whole ship out of danger. It's so general. And of course, Kirk is like, yes. That's all he says. Yes. We're out of danger. And after Spock gets that cleared up, okay, so the ship's out of danger, is when he returned. He's like, don't grieve, Admiral. It's logical. And then you get some dialogue that is iconic to Star Trek.
Yeah, and Sable Phoenix brought that up too, which we didn't bring up when we were going through before, but because you reverse, because we already had that conversation that's very similar, and we bring it back here in reverse.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And that's a line I think that has stuck with Star Trek, like the Kobayashi Maru, the dish that is best served cold. These are lines that have transcended Star Trek 2 to become part of all of Star Trek. And this line is one of those lines, without a doubt. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And I love that they even finish each other's sentences. Like Spock is struggling to say it, so Kirk finishes it for him. And then, of course, Spock starts to sink because he can't stand, and Kirk sinks with him. I think that's rather poignant in terms of, like, if you're going to set up this scene, what do you do? Like, these are all decisions that were made either by the actors or by the director, but Kirk just kind of stays with his eye level as Spock descends toward his death. And is there another line here?
Well,
he says,
they talk about friendship again, because that brings that back. The needs of the Winnie, and you are and will always be my friend. Yeah, because they had talked about previously, because it's a repeat, or the reuse of from Spock's chambers when he said, "You're my superior officer, but you were also my friend." And then here again, "You are my friend. I am and always shall be your friend."
Yes. Yeah. And I even think that it harkens back a little bit to Star Trek 1 when Spock was so cold. Remember, hey, Spock, welcome back. Spock doesn't, he gives him nothing. He gives Kirk nothing in terms of friendship or happiness to be reunited with them or any acknowledgement of their 5 years on a mission in space. So Star Trek 1 left a certain sense of Kirk feels dissatisfied with missing out on something from Spock. And here he's getting it back in droves in the worst possible way. Spock's final moments. And of course, Spock has to slam his hand onto the glass, and he gives his, the famous line, "Sable Phoenix, you got it. Live long and prosper." So here's the ultimate use of this famous Vulcan line it's Spock's last words. And of course, Spock turns his head and leans back. And I love watching Kirk because it's William Shatner is perfect in this scene. It's not overacting. It's not bad. I always hear people make fun of William Shatner for his terrible acting and stuff. I didn't see it in this film at all. I appreciated his performance. And when he leans his back, and they're facing opposite directions. It's almost like their heads are touching back to back.
But you can see when Spock turns, I noticed you could see his face and Kirk's face. It was showing you both of those.
There was a reflection.
Yeah. When you're talking about Shatner's acting, it may be that he had the right director, that it just maybe the director completely understood him and got it and made it happen in this.
Well, and a good script. This was a script that allowed Kirk to rise to all of this range. He has a huge range in this. Everyone always makes fun of Kirk for being macho. He has one fist fight in this, and it's real brief. And the rest of it, he's very vulnerable. He's very heroic. He has a wide range here, and now absolute grief. And he looks like it. He's slumped. His shoulders are slumped. He looks like a man who's been defeated. And and then the scene pulls back. The cameras pull back, and you're just left to take that in. There's Kirk and Spock, and it's over for Spock. And this was the cost of defeating Khan, and all of that's just there for you. And one of the greatest eulogies and funerals in a movie.
Yeah. I think this is to the contrary. We were talking about that. If you were writing this, you might say that, he needs to be holding him. He needs to be like have his head in his lap, but it works.
Yeah. The fact, and they even are. I think that was a good point because they even have dialogue given to this moment and that issue in Star Trek 3 when he's like, "We were separated by the glass. He couldn't touch me." So that is part of the lore of this moment, this inability to have any sort of contact with someone that you really care about who's about to die. And that would have to be a kind of torture in and of itself. And I love this funeral. Normally funerals, it depends on the movie and everything, but sometimes it feels like hokey or something. But this had all the point for such a small crew.
Well, this is a continuation. This is again what makes the death scene so important. This funeral scene is an extension of that.
Yes, it is. And they're all lined up, and Saavik, who is half Vulcan, is crying. So she has lost her ability to control that emotion. She's been really emotionless throughout the film until this funeral. And everyone is pretty upset. Carol Marcus looks visibly moved. There's a real sense of solemn grief in this scene, which is very hard to get actors to deliver all that, especially in a science fiction story. And of course, they bring the torpedo down. Sulu covers it, and Kirk gives his eulogy. And Kirk trying to hold it together is the hardest part for me to watch. I always get emotional watching him lose it a little bit to the cracks in the self-control, that he of all the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human, which for Kirk is the biggest compliment he could give Spock. That's the biggest compliment he can give him, because that was one of the main differences between them. And in the end, he sees them as the same, as one and the same. And man, those bagpipes.
And the bagpipes, yeah. Chris Gore made a good point, and I want to return to this same point as in later Star Trek films that we go into, that he was saying when you kill off a major character, it's not so much about the character's death as it is about the other character's reactions to that. And that's why this funeral scene is so much an extension of, that's Kirk's reaction there in engineering, but then we have the reaction of the entire crew here. It's played out so well. It's not, hey, if you're going to kill Spock, how are we going to kill Spock? Let's have a really flashy, battle death or whatever. And man, it's going to be really cool. It's going to be the coolest phaser fight you've ever seen or whatever. This is going to take him out, and he's going to do something really cool, and he's going to die. And whoa, wouldn't that be a cool way for Spock to go out? It's completely contrary to that.
Totally.
And that's what a lot of things that they don't understand in later filmmaking.
Well, And you know, I think
This
there's
is what's
something
real.
that captivates human beings about radiation. It's like this invisible force that just kills you from the inside. There's something mysterious about radiation and this idea that you're going into it. There's no evidence of it, but it's lethal. It'll kill you. Like I saw that miniseries Chernobyl, and there was always the radiation was like a character in this miniseries, this invisible thing that could do so much terrible damage to you. And Spock goes into that environment. So I think there's something about the way he died. Like you said, it wasn't this flashy phaser fight. He didn't leap out into space and go after Khan's ship in a spacewalk. He went into radiation, and we know it's lethal. And then he, put his face in it. Like, I always hated that. I'm like, couldn't you just reach in and feel around? But that eulogy, I think I read someone just said, yeah, Sable Phoenix, I got emotional last night watching it again. So did I.
Yeah.
And I've seen this 1,000 times, and it did not matter. I cared. I cared about the characters. I cared about what the moment meant. I cared that Kirk tried to hold it together and couldn't. And to your point, Heath, what you just said, how characters cause a reaction in you. When Kirk starts to slip up, when he starts to break down, Saavik looks down like she's embarrassed for him. So when he starts to slip, when he starts to crack and his voice starts to crack, it cuts to Saavik and she looks down, almost like, don't look at the captain. Like he's having a moment, like look away.
Look away. Or it's also, if you're holding it together, you crack at the same time. You're like, oh my God, I need to divert.
Exactly. So those little subtle cues were just perfect. They were masterfully captured in this scene. And you cared about what happened. This was a real loss for everybody. And even better, the film sets up the idea of the no-win scenario, which Kirk dodged. This is going back to the discussion in the Genesis cave where Kirk is like, I don't like to lose. And it's true. It's all good stuff. We love that heroic version of Kirk beating the Kobayashi Maru. But then Kirk is trying to read the book. After there's a certain emotional weight is off of you. And we settle down in the film, and Kirk is trying to read the book that Spock gave him.
Right. We're back in his quarters at this point.
Totally. But his glasses are broken, which we agreed it was a good symbol for aging. And now the symbol for his aging don't even work. And he literally tosses them aside irreverently and tries to read without him. And he's holding the book out. And we've all done. If you're over 40, you've done this. You hate it. Hate aging. But David Marcus enters his room and wants to talk to his dad. And Kirk tries to get out of the conversation. He's like, I poured myself a drink.
You wanted, I should be on the bridge. Let me.
He's trying to dodge this. He's trying to get out of this. Whatever David wants to talk about, Kirk's trying to dodge this convo. Poured myself a drink. You want it? And then David just ignores what Kirk's doing and goes right in. He's like, Saavik was right. You never have faced death. And Kirk, sensing that he can't avoid the conversation, turns around, slumps in his chair, and concedes. No, not like this, I think is what he says. Not like this. And he's like, I cheated death. I cheated my way out of death, which is Kirk really feeling sorry for himself. This is not the bravado we saw in the Genesis cave. This is Kirk realizing the flip side of that coin, which is you have this weakness that you have not addressed, and now you're dealing with it. And this is great because for storytellers and writers, this is the moment where your character gets a chance to grow because they're hitting the bottom somewhere. And Kirk's hitting that bottom in this movie, in this scene. And Kirk says something that's very self-effacing for him. He goes, I know nothing, which is a pretty heavy accusation to make of yourself, especially for Kirk. And then David counters. He's like, you knew enough because you told Saavik how you deal with life is at least as important as how you deal with death. So this is a pretty heavy conversation in Star Trek II. These are not surface discussions. And
it is not surface level. No, nothing about it has been surface level. You're not here to just see, as much as we always say, this is the action movie and we like it because it's the action movie. We said it's in retrospect, there's a slower structure to it, and we are dealing with very deep things here that is not just a today's action movie.
No, not at all. In fact, Kirk doubles down. He's like, they're just words. And he's like, and then David kind of has a softer line, that's where ideas begin. And they're kind of going back and forth. And then Kirk kind of cuts the conversation. Is that what you came here to say? And then David's like, mostly. And he goes to turn and walk away and then stops. And David's uncomfortable. David was going to skip this part of the conversation and thought twice about it. He's like, and also that I'm proud, very proud to be your son. And this disarms Kirk. And all this bullshit I hear about how Kirk is this macho, womanizing, terrible character. He's a bad captain. What happens?
They embrace.
These two guys hug each other. It's the most disarmed, affectionate, most emotional, and it's an uncomfortable hug. It's not like, bring it in, buddy. Like Kirk is like hugging. It's like mechanical and uncomfortable. And he's reconciling with his son in this moment. So you get this hug. And I'm like, this has the entire range for Admiral Kirk, Captain Kirk in this movie. The whole range is here for this guy, including a hug with his son, which is extremely poignant. So all this criticism I hear about Kirk, when I was watching it the other night, I was like, this is a top tier character and who's so well-rounded and so fleshed out. Anyone who doesn't see that isn't watching. They're missing it. They don't understand Captain Kirk.
Sable Phoenix says there's another reason today's writers suck. They don't do subtext either. Stein on Writing talks about how good dialogue is never about the dialogue, but about what's implied underneath
subtext.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. Like we just said, I poured myself a drink. Do you want it? That's Kirk actually saying, not now. I don't want to talk about this now. That's the subtext. But a good writer says, I poured myself a drink. Would you like it? He's not saying what's on his mind. He's saying something else. And as human beings, we get it. We know he's saying, not now, David. And David pushes. So that perfect. That's right, Sable Phoenix. That's called subtext, and good writing has that. And this story is chock full of it.
Now, I will tell you who cannot do subtext at all. ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah, I've messed around with it, and it can be really bad.
AI may be coming for us because I use it. I mean, I'm using it quite a bit because I want to know its capabilities and things like that. So, but at the moment, that is a weakness. ChatGPT is not giving you subtext.
But there you go. So there's something, and I'm sure there's no limitation to the technology, but you have to be.
Why I always say right now.
Right. Well, you have to be human to understand subtext. Like we were just saying. When Kirk says, I poured myself a drink, would you like it? I know he's deflecting. Why? Because I'm a human being. I've done that. I don't need to be told. So anyway, I really appreciate that. And I really appreciated that Kirk ends up giving a hug to his son in this. It's quite a moving moment, and it's quite the unexpected reconciliation. After Kirk died and Kirk's in his room, I was emotionally... I spent it all on the funeral. And then here's David hitting him. And now I'm dealing with the reconciliation of his son. That's a whole different issue. And it carries all of this gravity with it too. So that's a second punch that this movie has as they tie that together. And then the writers understanding their themes. There's one more thing we have to reconcile. Kirk's aging, right? So he's on the bridge of the Enterprise. Him and Carol and Bones, right? I think are up front.
Bones is there, yeah.
Yeah, they're like sitting there
too. I mean, the whole bridge crew is there. But up on the it's Carol and Bones, yeah, that's up on the
Okay, yeah. And Kirk quotes I think Charles Dickens again. It's a far better resting place than I have ever known.
Right. So that's supposed to bookend because it started with and now here is the end of that. Yes.
Correct.
That bookends the whole thing. Yeah,
something that Spock was trying to tell me on my birthday. And then McCoy is like, hey, Jim, are you okay? Do you need anything? And how do you feel? And Kirk says, I feel young. He sees the birth of a planet. Now he's experienced a massive loss. And in a strange way, it has renewed him. He has grown. And what's weird is his growth is to feel young again, which is usually the opposite. Usually it's a youth, an inexperienced youth, when they grow, gain a level of maturity, which is more of like a adult-like. Here, Kirk has to learn, relearn the importance of who he is and who he can be, the way you would see yourself as a younger person, not as an aging admiral who's going to sit behind a desk, to your point earlier, but like a young guy living out his best destiny.
Yeah, this is about that you can still do what you were meant to do, right?
Right.
Because was supposed to end there with that line that the director was saying, and that would have been really perfect because he had said gallivanting around the universe is a game for the young. And so now, how do you feel at the end? That's the perfect end. I feel young.
Yeah.
Time to get back in action and around the universe.
That's right.
Yeah. That it rounds all the themes out. It finished them all.
Well, and then it cuts and we see Genesis, and then the camera pans and we hear Spock's voice like a ghost now in space.
Well, just before you hear that, you pan down to the Genesis planet.
Oh yeah. The soft land.
And you see the torpedo tube that's been used as a casket. And apparently the director was so upset with that shot that he refused to film it. He sent somebody else to film that
because it wasn't believable.
Because because that was the studio saying, can we have some type of out, just in case. And he didn't want that. He wanted it to end with Kirk saying, I feel young, and then let's wrap it up. And so, but they had to do that. And he said, it's a good scene, but he sent somebody else to film that because he didn't even want to see it.
That was his mini protest. Yeah, I can see that actually being unnecessary in the context of Star Trek 3, where you could just say it soft landed. But I guess they were really concerned about that continuity. And I guess in retrospect, knowing what Star Trek 3 is, when I see that it's soft landed now, it's like, and there you go.
And here's
we're setting it up.
Yeah. But then you hear Spock, which I always loved as a kid too, saying the classic lines about the Starship Enterprise. Yeah,
and now it's like this heavenly voice of Spock, giving us our valediction, our departure, and I gotta say, like the soundtrack to Star Trek 2, I freaking love it. I love Star Trek 1 more, Jerry Goldsmith's work. But man, there is something to say about James Horner's version of Star Trek in this and in Star Trek 3. I love the music. I think it's fantastic. It's a little bit more like lighthearted and seafaring a little bit, but it's also really good. And so I watched the entire credits even just to listen to the music.
All right. Well, that was another epic level table talk.
Well, Star Trek 2 deserves it.
Star Trek 2 completely deserves it. Star Trek 2 completely deserves it. So, yes, if there's anything that deserves it, it is definitely this. So I'll say, I guess we just close out real fast. Say, hey, everybody, Doug's book is Faraway Bird. So I'm putting that up. Faraway Bird.
Yeah. I was going to say to everyone in the chat, you guys are awesome. I read a lot of your comments, and such a good conversation, like all around.
Absolutely. You guys in the comments are just as big a part of this. I love having this. This is why I prefer to do this live, because I mean, you and I could have had this conversation and recorded it and then put it out later, but I really love the interactivity live.
Yeah, now that you say that, I couldn't even imagine doing it without the chat. Because it is. I look over and I read what people are saying, and a lot of times it triggers something, or they'll say something I didn't know. I learned about 20 things about Star Trek today from you and from different members of the chat. So this was great. I just really appreciate it.
I completely agree. That I'm a huge fan of the live format for that reason, for the interactivity. I didn't realize until about 6 months ago. But also, Good Night Sword. So we gained a backer. I think somebody came in and backed while we were online. Good Night Sword. That's my children's book that is on Kickstarter right now. So if you are here, please do check out Good Night Sword. If you know somebody who is interested in, or if you've got a child who you want to be interested in fantasy and medieval stories and things like that, it's obviously my medieval fantasy takeoff of Good Night Moon. So I would really appreciate it if you would check out the check out that and back it if you would be interested in having one, because that's where the physical books are.
That's awesome.
Jerry says, "Quit while you're ahead on reviewing any more Star Trek films." Yeah, we're gonna do 3. So a week from now, we'll do 3.
Is Brianna coming back?
Yeah, I don't know if she'll be back next Tuesday or not, because she ordinarily does every 2 weeks. So ordinarily she would have been here this week. So it might just be us.
I'm totally down to do Star Trek 3. There's that one has grown on me a lot more than I ever thought it would.
Yeah, I thought that we would do a series on the original for everybody in the chat. I thought that we would do a series on the original films, because I don't really see a point in going on to the next generation films and beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a case for maybe First Contact. I liked First Contact out of the next generation films, but all the other ones were pretty bad.
So especially as influential on me as Star Trek, the original series crew has been, that their movies. I think they are worth doing. I think I've got a lot to say about them. So yeah, we'll do 3.
I like the next generation, but I didn't love the next generation. They're at their best in Picard season 3, if you can believe that.
Well, I've got to see it. Now, I did also really like the Next Generation, so I guess I should say that I watched a lot of the original series TV show, but on some reruns, so not nearly as much as the Next Generation. But I had the original series movies on tape, so I watched them over and over and over again. And then we had my aunt and uncle had the Next Generation on videotape.
Yeah,
they actually subscribed to it. So that was back when you had to get imagine all of the Next Generation on videotape. Do you know how many videotapes that was?
Wait, each episode is one videotape?
No, it was 2 episodes to a videotape. It was 2 episodes to a videotape, and they would get one like every month or something like that, and they subscribed to the entire The Next Generation. And so like an entire closet was the Next Generation.
Wow.
And I would go up to their house sometimes and borrow them, and then come back and watch them, and then take somebody. It was like checking things out from the library, and then take some up.
They had great episodes. They were good.
They did. Oh yeah, I'm pro Next Generation TV show, and pro original series movies. I'm pro original series TV show as well, but it's a kind of a different animal.
Right on.
All right. Well, I'll be with you tomorrow morning for the morning grind, 9:30 a.m. Everybody. So we'll be taking a look at the OSE, the old school essentials tomorrow. We'll be doing that at 9:30. So I will be here, and then we will be here. We will be here in 1 week to do Star Trek 3.
I can already tell from a few comments Star Trek 3 is going to be a lot of fun.
Star Trek 3 is going to be a lot of fun. All right.
There's just a few comments already creeping in about Star Trek 3. I'm like, yeah, there's all that too. So,
all right. So same time next week, 7:30 next week on Tuesday, Star Trek 3. Good night, everybody.
All right, guys. Good night, guys.